Welcome everybody to the 24-hour fantasy study stream. It's been a while since we've done not only a study stream but a 24-hour stream. Uh, we're gonna get things moving in about 2 minutes. So before anything else, I want to invite everybody to join our Discord server. I'm gonna drop a link into the chat right now. If you can't see that in the chat, you can head on down to the description and there will be a link there where you could join our art Discord community. But yeah, this is going to be fun. We're going to be studying some different creatures, so like orcs, goblins, gnomes, fairies, elves. And if we have time, we'll go in and do some other things like golems. And I don't want to do any dragons because I think dragons deserve their own stream. Then we're going to be going into armor and weapons. I think we're going to start with armor, and then we'll start with armor, and then we'll go into creatures, and then we'll go into weapons, and then I think at the end of each topic we'll do an actual illustration, um, with Copic markers and stuff. So hey, what's going on? Give me like 1 or 2 minutes, and then we're going to go ahead and get started. 24-hour study stream. All right, we're going to be working on fantasy stuff. 1 second. Organize my desk a little bit more, and then we'll flick the camera on. We'll just get started. All right, here, give me a second. One of my cords is all messed up. Okay, all good now. I was responsible and I pulled up all my reference pictures that we're going to be using for this study. Excuse me. So we're going to start off with armor. So the topics that we're going to be working on is armor, and then we have different creatures, so elves, fairies, gnomes, orcs, and then if we have time, we'll do like golems. We're gonna avoid doing dragons though, because I think dragons deserve their own stream. And then after that, we're gonna do weapons. But first things first, let's go ahead and work on armor. I've never done a deep dive on armor, so this will be fun. I actually built a secondary desk in my office so that my wife can come hang out in the office and like play on her laptop and watch movies and stuff while I work. We kind of like to just be in the same room together. So doing these longer streams, especially during the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, it really sucked to kind of be away from each other. So I was just like, nah, let me build this fucking desk over here so you can come chill out. So when she's out of work, she'll probably hop into the office here with us. Oh. Um. Also, I'm currently in the middle of a water fast right now, so. Yeah, usually I have to get to like day 3 before I start feeling like normal. When's the release date for that? You know, water fasting is not that bad. It's only the first. It's only the first like 2 days because that's when your body's starting to kick yourself into ketosis, and if you're not used to that feeling, you know, it's basically like it's almost like just purging yourself from like drugs. Like I don't know who here has ever had to do that, but like to you know to go like cold turkey on like particular bad foods, and anyway, that's what it feels very similar to. So it's all in the brain. No, it's literally what it is. Yeah, because you're detoxing yourself from sugar, which is a substance, which we've talked about it on stream. Malcolm, you and I know as former fat people, arguably still for me, yeah, it's all the same thing. Anyway, so we're talking about the basic components of armor, okay? So this will be the first thing that we work on. I've never done a deep dive. I've never done a deep dive on armor. So what we're gonna do first is I have the basic components of pretty much any armor set, and we're gonna do that. And then once we understand like the basic parts, then we can start then you can start having fun with them, so like changing the design. So what it's essentially like learning realistic anatomy before you start learning like fun anime anatomy, right? Like, so before you could stylize it, you need to understand no style, which means real life. So that's what we're going to study right now. So we're going to break it down to these components first. What are the benefits of a water fast? Well, there's a lot of benefits. It's a good way to kind of. Okay, I'll tell you all the proven benefits, and then I'll tell you why I do it. A lot of the benefits come from like kind of detoxing your body of stuff like garbage. It can help you get rid of a lot of like bloat if you've been eating like a lot of sugary foods or simple carbohydrates. You could store a lot of that stuff in you and you like feel and look really bloated. It can help you manage your blood sugar for certain people. That's why intermittent fasting. I used to work, well, not work. I had an internship with a dietitian for a whole summer, and we dealt with a lot of diabetic patients. And one of the things that he would recommend to them was an eating schedule, which modern day us would refer to as intermittent fasting, but back then we didn't use that term. He just gave them an eating schedule, which allowed them to eat 6 hours a day and then nothing but water the rest of the time. So at least in my experience working with diabetic patients, it really helped manage their blood sugar to do periods of water fasting, even short periods of like 16 hours per day, right? But for me, I do it because I have a fucking eating disorder, and I'm like addicted to food, and it helps me control and manage that. So for me, like despite all the scientifically proven benefits, and everybody's different. It's not going to be good for everyone. It's not for everyone. But for me, it just helps me manage my bullshit. That's ultimately, for me, that's what it is. Yeah, there's also well, what's it called? I'm just addicted to food in general, man. Yeah, there's also, again, this is all science, right? But like, there's a lot of stuff that has shown that extended amounts of water fasting can help you get rid of like dead cells, like dead skin cells and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of just a nice way to kind of clean yourself up. But ultimately, in my opinion, the best part about it is that it lets you get some fucking control over your urges and your food addiction. To me, like, yeah, all that those like physical benefits are cool, but ultimately, for me, I'm just like, look, if you're like a fat ass and you have trouble controlling your food, if you can get through like a 7-day water fast, it can completely change the way you approach your sugar addiction. And yeah, I'm not one of those people who's just like, yo, fucking ketogenic diets are for the fucking shit. They're better, like they're the bet. I don't. Everyone's different, right? So I don't push, my beliefs on food onto other people. But I will say this: if you have never quit sugar, not carbohydrates, talking specifically like simple sugars. If you've never tried to quit simple sugars for like 14 days, just try it. Just see how you feel. You're gonna be like, y'all got any more of them ding dongs? That's gonna be you. Yeah, and it's one of those things, right, Malcolm, where it's just like when you're in the thick of it, like when you're consuming like that sugar, you just like don't like you just your brain just doesn't think of things that way. But then once you get out of it, you start to sit there and you're just like, wow, that's crazy how much I used to crave it. And again, we're talking about like extreme cases, like like borderline eating disorder stuff. We're not talking about like regular ass people who have like control over their fucking food. I'm not one of you people. I'm not one of you regular ass people. I got fucking issues. All right, so fucking I will believe it when for Final Fantasy, I will believe it when I see it. I've been so unimpressed by Final Fantasy for the longest time. So I'm just doing a quick sketch over of all the different components for armor. So from my understanding, and if anybody here has a better understanding of armor than I do, maybe you could help correct me with some stuff. But all armor, functional armor, essentially is built up of the same basic components, and it's like it just becomes stylized depending on like the region or the time or the era that it came out. You know what I mean? So like what we're doing here, like the helmet, the comb, the visor, the breastplate, however you pronounce it, the throat armor, the gorget, is that how you pronounce it? You know, like all these things, it's like a universal setup for armor. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this first, and then we'll get into like stylizing it. It's fucking like 8 a.m. I've already drank like a gallon of water today. Once I finish this, I'll be at a gallon. Oh, you think porn addiction is the hardest thing to quit? As somebody who has interacted with people with various addictions and who has dealt with his own, I don't think that there is a hardest. I think it's gonna all come down to the person. But porn addiction is a very, very difficult one. Is my urine clear? No, not really. It's in that like keto phase where I'm like pushing stuff out. This is, we're all adults here, so this is not that whole. This is not too much information. We're all grown ass people here, okay? We're all old men here talking about bodily functions. So the other day, I was doing a League of Legends drawing here on stream, and the character's name is Senna. Are you aware that Senna is the name of a very effective stool softener? That's how you know we're getting old. Despite all these years of me drawing characters and armor, I have never broken down armor into its individual pieces. I'm a fucking loser like that. Like, I'm horrible artist to neglect some of the most, like knowing the different sections of armor and their functions. To me, that's like basic stuff. Like this is shit I should have learned like a long time ago. Basically, every section of the body has its own piece of armor. Is what it looks like. So when you talk about oatmeal, are you talking about individual packages? You know what? Those individual packaged Quakers, those things slap so hard. I know there's a shit ton of sugar in those, but also, every page of the sketchbook that we work on today for the study stream, literally every page will be made available in high resolution in my Infinity sketchbook. If you want to command Gumroad, if you want to pick up a copy of my Infinity sketchbook. So basically, the Infinity sketchbook, it's a digital sketchbook of mine that I update weekly, which I have to update today. So you buy it once, and then you get forever access to all the pages that are there, plus all the pages that I add, and we've been updating it every week for like the past like 70 something weeks. So eventually you're gonna have high-res access to all my entire sketchbook collection eventually. Will I be able to remember the names of all of these armor pieces? Questionable. But you don't need to remember their names. We just need to remember that each piece covers a different part. This will be really fun because when we start designing our own armor, which I want to be able to do by the end of this, yeah, knowing the different sections is going to be really essential. What's my favorite armor? I don't know. Hold on. I'm still on call. My wife needs my help with something real quick. Let me know if that's looking really dark to you guys. Is that better? That's better, right? That's better. We'll do that. Okay. All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Just has to help the wife with something. Yeah, we'll still be here. Don't worry. Let me tell you what, though. Doing a longer fast, you could tell that I'm like fiending because I've just been vaping nonstop to keep myself preoccupied, keep my brain busy. Man, so when people used to fight and have to put on all this armor, they used to have to put on all this gear one piece at a time, huh? And that is essentially all the different components that make up the basic armor set, right? So okay, so the visor is for the eyes. And then the comb, which is like the little mohawk, is used to reinforce the structure of the helmet. I wonder if there are any like armor nerds out here who are gonna correct me on some stuff. Malcolm, I don't know if you're still here. Did you watch the Devin Haney Lomachenko fight? I can't have a strong opinion on it because I didn't watch it. Like I didn't pay to watch it, so I didn't get to watch it live. So I can't really have a strong opinion about it. Yeah, you know they were gonna do Gervonta dirty too in his Ryan Garcia fight. Um, thankfully Tank was able to make that decisive. Like we knew that was gonna happen, right? With Tank. Um, yeah, I don't know. I watched the fight afterwards, a pirated version of the fight afterwards, right? But like during it, I didn't get to watch it. I don't know, it was really close. I mean, Haney's undisputed. Like there's that one scorecard. I don't think it's the fact that it was Haney that won. I don't think that was the problem. Um, because like I said, I watched the fight afterwards, and I was like, that was really close. Um, I don't think I have a problem with Haney winning. I think that that one scorecard, really fucked it up, and I don't think it should have been I don't know. Like I'm okay with unanimous. I think if that one scorecard, which was what 116, 112, if that thing was 115, 113, like the other cards, or even if it was 14, 14, I think people would be like, okay, whatever. But just because there's that one scorecard that's so far off, people are just like, nah, fuck all this. This is crazy. I think Loma won, but you're they always give the champion always gets the benefit of the doubt, and I think Haney did enough to put doubt, and when you're trying to take especially an undisputed title, you have to leave no doubt, and I thought it was fair. That scorecard was really fucked up though, so I think Tank knocks Haney out. I think Tank folds everybody who's not named Shakur. I think the fight in lightweight is Tank and Shakur. And I think everybody else is below them. I think we're at a place now where we kind of know who's top, right? I think Tank wins that fight though. Solely because I think Tank has had better, he's had harder opposition than Shakur. Shakur is real young too. That's what it is. So I think if they were to fight within the next like 2 or 3 years, I think Tank gets it just because his experience. I think Haney's gonna move up to 140. I think he's gonna move up to 140, and he's not gonna have as much success there as he did at 35. And you're not going to hear much of him after this. I think that's what's going to happen. No, it's hard. Like, I read a lot of comments and people are like, Haney got exposed. I'm like, what do you mean exposed? Not fucking Lomachenko. Like, what do you want? Like, nobody washes Loma, right? So it's like, what do you really want? Like, that's as good as anyone could have done against them. Well, except Tio. But I mean, you know what I mean? Like, oh, boxing's fun, isn't it? When boxing is good, it's so good. Ever since Tank left Mayweather Promotions, have you noticed he has been up to fighting more dangerous? He seems like he's more open to fighting dangerous opponents ever since he left Mayweather Promotions. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, and I think the worst part about the decision for that Haney Loma fight, I think the worst part that comes out of that, it's like a lose-lose scenario for everybody, because like Loma's not gonna get another shot at that, right? And he's already getting up there in age, so he's not gonna get another shot at that, and so that's that for him. And then people are gonna hold this against Haney, which is gonna be bad for him, which It's not his fault. You know, all he did his job. He went in there and he did a good job, right? It's not his fault. Like the decision, like. And we will get into more stylized armor in a few pages. I just want to... We'll get into more stylized armor in a few pages, but, you know, I just want to get the basics down before we move on to crazier, more complicated things, as you always should. Gotta walk before you could run. And like I said, I did pull up a bunch of different reference images that we'll be using during this study stream. Yeah, we got some cool armor that we're gonna be studying. Oh yeah, so Malcolm, I know the other day you had brought up pre-ordering for Diablo 4. I went onto I only looked on Amazon. I didn't look anywhere else. I want to get a physical copy of it, but it's almost looking like you try and get the physical copy of it. You don't get that until like mid-June, but you can get the digital early June because I know it comes out on the 6th. But so I was just kind of like, I want the physical copy of it. So do I have to wait until like late June to get it? So the Pharaoh size was only available during the pre-order time period, which is done with right now. But for you, if you wanted to go for that size, I'll still give it to you at the you know, I got you with that. You've gotten kings for everything already. So if you do decide to go for the Pharaoh size / king size, I'll produce it for you. But like otherwise I don't like to produce those sizes anymore just because they're hard to they're expensive and they're difficult to produce. I have to go through a different company and then I have to like packaging them is difficult, and then like if they take damage during transport, it is like you and I have already gone over that, like it's such a pain to deal with, right? So normally or excuse me, so moving forward, I'm not offering the Pharaoh size to like the normal people anymore. People would have to hit me up for it, yeah. It's like a special order to get the bigger size now. Yeah. But because the only people who would know about that bigger size are like people who really follow my stuff, right? And you know me, if somebody follows my artwork, I'm hella down. But you haven't looked into getting the physical? Yeah, it looks like the physical won't be available until like June 20, like 3 weeks after release. And there's this part of me that's just like, well, I'm probably not going to be able to play it right away anyway. So I think I'm just going to have to wait. Here's a question. Is this part of the armor, does that cover the calf, the back part, or is it just like a tibia cover? We'll have to see. Okay, so all of these look like just they're just like front covers, and the back portion of the legs tend to be exposed. I tried to vape my pen cap right now. That's no good. $4 TB internal hard drive. You only buy physicals for special games. Final Fantasy 16 will be special. Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and Diablo will all be digital. It's a shame, really. Even when buying a disc, you still have to have all that free space. Yeah, you're basically buying a disc, and you're basically buying the digital download via disc when you get the hard copy of it. Not essentially, that's literally what it is. And you know what? To be fair, in regards to long term, it is smarter to go digital for these companies. So I can't fault companies for wanting to go full digital. Like, just think about like the long term, just like the costs, and even like, I guess if you want to talk about like the planet. Think about the waste that gets saved if everything goes digital game wise. You know, like there's no good reason to pick, especially like we said, when you get the hard copy, you're getting a hard copy, but you're just using that hard copy to download the game anyway, right? It's like buying a CD with the download code on it. Like, if I had forever to live, how long would it take me to reach Kim Jong-gi level? Shit, give me 10 years, I won't be there already. Give a fuck. What you talking about? I've been drawing for 10 years now, and I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but sometimes I look back at the progress that we've made in just the past 10 years. And my I didn't even really start drawing hardcore, like studying hardcore, until a few years in. So I'll give myself, there's been like a good 6 years of really hard studying. And a lot of that was kind of, I don't know, like, I don't think I need forever. Give me like 10 years. So have you ever, so there's one thing, my mentality with that, that's a good question, by the way. So the question was, if you had forever to live, how long do you think it would take for you to reach Kim Jong-gi level? That's actually a really cool question. I like that. My first in-person exposure to Kim Jong-gi was, I went to one of his lectures. Actually, it was a dual lecture of Kim Jong-gi and Hyunjin Kim, in San Francisco back in 2017. And I watched him draw. And at the time, I was already like kind of really deep diving into his work, and was working really hard on like solidifying my fundamentals, right? And when I was watching him draw, I could see everything he was doing, and then he was describing how he was drawing, and I was sitting there just like, this is not like fucking impossible. Like, people, like, he's my second favorite artist. No, he's my third favorite artist. He's my second favorite illustrator. And when you kind of understand how he works and like what he's drawing, there's nothing like insane about what he does in regards to his technical level. It's his visual library and like him as a person, because he's a goofball. So it's like, it's more his designs that are impressive, and his visual library that's really impressive, more so than like the technical level. And that kind of stuff, like being able to come up with fun designs, that just comes from like living your life and like gaining experience through like life, and that just takes time. So I'm like, give me 10 years. Yeah. I used to think, when I because I travel to conventions a lot to sell my artwork, I used to think that that would pull time away from my art studies. I used to always be upset. I'd be like, man, if I wasn't at this convention, if I didn't need this convention to sell this fan art so I could make my money, then I could actually just stay at home and study and work, right? And when COVID happened and we got stuck here at home, I did spend a lot of time studying, and we did sharpen up a lot of our skills. But one thing that I think overlooked was the amount of real life studies I was doing when I was out on the road, you know, like stuck at airports. I was filling up sketchbooks of drawing like people, you know, experiencing like life and like seeing people. And I think I really took for granted how much doing in real life visual, like absorbing information into my visual library from real life. Like I think I took for granted how helpful that was, how powerful that was. Because now that, I'm not doing as many cons and I'm just here at home, you could study and open up books all you want here at home, but like you don't get that life experience. Your artwork will get boring. Oh, Tarada, yeah. I actually I had gone to one of the other lectures that I had gone to was a Kim Jung-gi Tarada lecture in Los Angeles. That was in 2019. Yeah, it was July 2019, so it was hot as fuck. I remember. Yeah, it was a character design lecture. Karl Kopinski was there too. Ran into him in the bathroom. Yeah, I like Tarada a lot. Again, on a technical level, there's nothing that Tarada or Kim Jung-gi do that are impossible or that are mind-blowing. I think people are maybe just ignore like you're so enamored by like the character designs, like it's, how do I say this? On a technical level, in regards to like rotating things in free space and drawing things in perspective, like that stuff that comes with practice. Like anyone could learn that. What is really impressive about guys like Kim Jung-gi and Tarada are like, it's their designs. It's like their character designs. And that comes from living life. You ever see Hyunjin Kim draw? That's Kim Jung-gi's manager. He's the guy who's always smoking with a camera, with the beard. Yeah, one of the lectures I was at, we were doing like a facial structure lecture, and Hyunjin Kim was teaching it, and I was just like, God damn, he's basically as good as Kim Jung-gi, on a technical level. Again, I think his like the creativity and the design is not as good. But on a technical level, he's basically as good. Here, I'll drop a link in the chat. Yeah, I don't know who here knows Elisa how do you pronounce her last name? Ivanova, whatever. Yeah, she's my absolute favorite artist. She's my absolute favorite illustrator. Yeah. Who's your favorite artist? So those are my favorite illustrators. But my favorite artist in general is actually a musician, not an illustrator. And again, we're just getting started in this 24-hour study stream. So we're just doing some basic armor right now. We'll get into more stylized and more like ridiculous armor in the following pages. But right now, I'm just kind of just trying to get the basics down. Hope everyone's having a good start to their week. Fiending right now, man. Fiending for some food. But it's a lie. Hold on. My bad. It's hard for me to see your comment. I don't know why my my OBS is not showing. Hold on. I have to pull up. Hold on. I have to pull up the YouTube chat on a separate window. For some reason, it's not showing up in my OBS. The YouTube portion of the chat. Give me a second. Can I draw one soldier with many wings on his helmet? Talking about like Captain America Flash style wings on his helmet? Like that? You want to learn to draw from imagination, but you're too lazy? Yeah, well, that'll be a problem right there. And we actually had this conversation the other day with somebody looking for advice, but so, and I'm sure you already know this, but we'll restate it in case somebody here is like lurking and they have questions. But you know, in order to draw from imagination, you basically have to work from reference for so long. So like whether that means like you're hanging out in your sketchbook and you're studying a particular topic. You know, like, you know how like you tie your shoe? Like when you're learning to tie your shoe, most people, they'll like sing a little song or whatever the fuck. And then you tie your shoe so many times that eventually you don't need to sing that song anymore. You know, that's what drawing is. You want to learn any particular topic. It's all about repetition and just like practice. In the same way how if you want to get good at basketball, you're just going to stand on the court and just throw that ball around, you know, for a long ass time. It's the same concept with art. So for anyone in the chat who is wondering how do you draw from imagination, like, you know how I'm just making up these dumb poses based on this armor set that this base armor set. This all just comes from like all the gesture work that we've done, you know, all the people watching and sketchbooks that I've filled drawing people, you know. This all just comes from that. So in a way, I am working from reference, but it's like mental reference. It's just shit that I remember, you know, things that I've like burned into my brain. It's like tying a shoe to me now, you know. But yeah, like that all comes from a lot of patience and a lot of practice. And you said you're too lazy, so at least at least you're self-aware, right? You know, some people are just kind of like, nah, maybe it's just something that can't be learned. No, that's drawing is just another skill. It's just another thing. With enough practice, you can get really, really good. But if you can admit to yourself you're too lazy to learn certain things, and that's cool. You'll live a much more relaxed life that way. There's a lot of artists who are they just won't admit to themselves that they're too lazy to learn something. So I fucks with that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to familiarize myself with the different sections of the armor. So like all armor, from my understanding, and again, I'm not a master of like fucking fantasy armor and stuff. All armor sets essentially have the same components, you know, that cover and protect different sections of the body. So again, like we'll do a couple pages of like this base armor, and then we'll start getting to more stylized stuff, more fun stuff, right? So what I'm trying to do is we're doing these free sketches so I could familiarize myself with just the different components, so that later on when we do more stylized armor, you know, we start adding like a lot of curves and, you know, spikes and shit. We will keep in mind the different components. So basically I want to be able to build an armor from scratch without missing one of these components. So right now I'm trying to familiarize myself by making sure that I can remember where each of these parts go. You know what I mean? Yeah. Looks like you love it. Hey, thank you. You know, after we finish that Yu-Gi-Oh drawing, I'm not gonna lie, maybe taking that break away from traditional art when we worked on the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, I think that kind of like refreshed me. I think it kind of recharged me. Because like all the traditional work that I've done, including commission work, and studies, like, and sketchbook work, everything, literally all the traditional work that we've done since we finished the Yu-Gi-Oh piece has looked a little sharper, has looked a little bit better. My wife noticed it too. And I was just like, man, maybe I just needed to take a little time away from traditional. Maybe the miles, that 250 hours in 3 weeks that we put into the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, digital, maybe that like pushed me past like some kind of technical plateau that I was at or whatever. But thank you for noticing. I definitely noticed it. My wife noticed it. I didn't want to bring it up, like how good I'm feeling about my artwork lately. I didn't want to bring it up because like I didn't know if it was in my head or I didn't want to toot my own horn or whatever. But yeah, since the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, man, I've just my artwork's been feeling really good. Like things have been flowing really well. So, and mileage is mileage, man. Like even if it's Yu-Gi-Oh characters, it's anime shit. That's still a lot of miles. Like that's a lot of art. That's a lot of drawing that we did. What's going on, everybody? Speaking of traditional art, you all know I'm primarily a Copic marker artist, and if any of you in the chat are Copic marker artists as well, you should use my affiliate link or my affiliate code at checkout when you go to copicmarkers.com. You'll get 10% off your first purchase, and your boy gets a little bit of a kickback. So if you're already purchasing Copic markers, you may as well use my affiliate link to get a little discount for yourself. Yeah, so if you're anyone who's new here, for the past, what was it, basically all of April and the first couple weeks of May, we were working on, I'm gonna drop a link. I'm not trying to sell you anything, but like, I just gonna drop a link so that you guys can check it out if you want. We were working on this Yu-Gi-Oh drawing. I'm gonna drop a link in the chat right now. We were working on this Yu-Gi-Oh drawing like fucking non-stop. I love how it came out. Like it's easily my favorite one of those heavy collages that we've done. Yeah, so anyone who's just joining, we had spent the last like 26 days, whatever. It was 26 days and we clocked 250 draw hours. Now it was more. Now anyway, my point is, yeah, even if it's anime, we were making a point to make sure that the gesture work on all those characters was really, really interesting, right? We did a lot of rotating characters in free space, so there was a lot of perspective practice that we still did. So like, you know, it was anime, but I was applying like strong fundamentals to it, which is what really took it to the next level, which I just love how that Yu-Gi-Oh drawing came out. What's your favorite subject to draw? I like drawing people. I like drawing humans. What about you? What do you like to draw? Subject-wise. Same, yeah. It's just fun. Like humans are fun because like there's so much like we were doing some after the Yu-Gi-Oh stream. Well, I'm still in like kind of Yu-Gi-Oh mode right now, right? But after the Yu-Gi-Oh stream, we started doing some art studies and art observations of one of the animators who worked on it, and we like his use of like hands. It was like he showed more expression in his characters through hands than he did through facial expressions, and I always thought that was really interesting. So drawing people, that's the kind of thing that I find really fun, because you get a lot of gesture. You can use hands, you can use facial expressions, you know, like I think it's more of like a blank like it's the no pun intended. Humans are more of like a blank canvas than any other subject, you know? So I think we'll do one more page. We'll fill this up with some basic armor, and then I have some reference pictures of some cool fantasy armor, and we'll start studying off of stylized armor, right? So you see, we went here. Let me finish this, and then I'll get to my point. So we went from, in just what, 3 pages, we went from, honestly, like I said, I've been a very irresponsible artist. I haven't never done deep dive study into armor. So we went from not really knowing jack shit about the different components that make up a body of armor to just a couple of sketches. I think I could pretty much remember all the different components now. But we'll do one more page, you know, and I think that'll help solidify my basic understanding of the different components, and then from there we start stylizing the components. Don't ask me the names of the components though, because I'm not good at remembering that shit. It's the part that covers the torso. I'll remember breastplate. I can remember that. Oh, there's also another piece of armor that's not listed here in my reference. Okay, so this section right here, under the helmet. It's called the is that what it's called? Yeah. So there's this piece here that covers the neck, right? But there's some armor, and I'm sure you've probably seen this in a lot of different designs. Hey, what's going on? The puppies are doing well. They're hanging out with the wife today. We have a 24-hour stream to get through today, so she's gonna watch them as long as she can. But like, you know, she's still recovering, so like her energy levels are not that high. She's at work right now. She works from home. Once it's time for her to kind of knock out, which she tends to, you know, run out of juice and go kind of knock out middle of the day, right? She'll take a nap during her lunch hour, and then she'll get back and just kind of survive the rest of her workday, and then she'll pass out for like the next like 9 hours. Just is kind of how it is. But no, she's doing a lot better. She's recovering. And considering from people that we've talked to, you know, the recovery time for like chemotherapy for most people is like fucking months to years. So the fact that she's like still able to get back up and like go to work, and you know, she's recovering really well. And again, like the doctor said, that a big part of that is because she's so young. You know, when we were at the facilities, the treatment facilities, we see these people that are like in their 60s and 80s, and they're just like, fuck, dude, like can't imagine being that old and dealing with all that stuff. But thank you. Yeah, she's doing better. The pups are doing great. Yeah. I have a big convention coming up this weekend, so that's gonna be really nice too. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So this section right here, and this might be like too long, but yeah, it's called I don't know how to pronounce these. It's called the gorget, right? It's essentially the armor that covers the neck. That's the easiest way to remember that. But I'm sure you've seen this before. There's a lot of armor designs that have like this little thing in the front right here. And I found this out through just my basic research yesterday. It's like it sits on like the top of the breastplate. So what that's supposed to do is supposed to cover, you know, it almost looks like this. This piece right here. So while the gorget covers just the neck, this piece right here, which is called the bivor, that's an additional part that you could add to armor that covers not just the extra coverage for the neck under the chin, but it's supposed to cover like the entire bottom portion, so you can avoid getting like That's what it's for. Yeah. Also, for everyone who's just joining, I'm pretty deep into a water fast right now, so you'll see me chugging a lot of water today, and I'll be getting up and going to the bathroom quite a bit during this 24-hour stream. Nine o'clock. It's only 9 a.m. When I finish this, I'll be at a gallon already. Not gonna lie, real talk. I want to get some control over my fat ass habits, right? My bad food addiction habits of eating garbage. But also, I have conventions coming up, and I don't want to be fat when I'm at my table. I just want to look presentable. Because when you're presentable, you make more money. That's just how the world works, so... So I can get rid of some of this bloat that we built up during the Yu-Gi-Oh drawing. That'll be nice. This needs to get chopped out about right here. You cannot chug water like that. Hey, Wonder, you're showing up in my chat now. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go pee real quick. Plus, I need to check on my wife, make sure she didn't like pass out or whatever. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes, right? That's twice as long as it'll take for you to get through this 1 minute ad. All right, be right back. Okay, we've returned. Whew, Jesus. What a that was quite the whiz. You saw no ad, really? Well, I ran one. You either I don't know, maybe it doesn't play it for everyone. Maybe well you're not subbed. I don't know. All I know is I press the button. That's it. I have rolls of dog bags in like every jacket that I have. Damn. Welcome. We'll go ahead and reset the room, I believe the phrase is. So we'll go ahead and do that right now. For anyone who's just joining, this is a 24-hour study stream, fantasy study. So the first topic we're going to touch on is armor. I've never done a deep dive into studying armor, so we're just trying to familiarize ourselves with the basic components of any armor set. And I think I'm starting to familiarize myself pretty well with it. And then once we hammer the basics down, which is you should always start with the basics. Once we've hammered down the basics, we'll start getting into more stylized and crazier armor. And once I feel comfortable with armor on humans, we're going to move on to different creatures as part of this 24-hour study. So we're going to be working on, we're going to be learning how to draw gnomes. We're going to look at different character design things that go into like elves. The one I'm looking forward to are goblins and orcs. That's what I'm really looking forward to. And then we will apply all our knowledge that we learn of armor and weapons. We'll be working on weapons too. We'll probably do weapons after the armor. Let's do that. We'll take the knowledge that we pick up of weapons and armor, and then once we learn how to draw those different creatures, we'll kind of blend it all together. So we'll draw like orcs in armor. We'll do, you know what I mean? So, well, one thing at a time, but eventually we will take all the different topics that we've studied and blend them together. Whoa, thank you. Thank you for the thank you for that sub. I appreciate that, everybody. We are about 45% of the way to our sub goal. Oh, you know what? Shit. So this, what we're doing here is a 24-hour stream that was part of a community channel points challenge. So you all came together and raised 100. I don't remember how many channel points we needed to raise. But since I have you here, we're gonna go ahead and start a new community channel points challenge. You should see the, should have notified you guys now that so if we can, you have 3 weeks to get to, I think it's 300,000 channel points as a community. If we can do that, if you can raise that many channel points, we'll do a 24-hour study for architecture and composition. You guys know, as somebody who's a film nerd, I'm actually, and you know, I have my own YouTube series where I'm a fucking nerd. Well, I'm pretty good with composition. But one thing I'm not good with is architecture. I'm good at drawing cityscapes, like modern cityscapes where everything is just squares and circles. But a 24-hour architecture study would actually be really fun. We would go through different eras of different architectures and yeah, kind of break that down. And then I'll show you guys how to take that architecture and then like create scenes with it and compositions and stuff. So if anyone has spare channel points, head on down to where you could claim your channel points. We have the community channel points challenge, or if we can do that, we'll do another 24-hour stream. I want to do a 24-hour stream once a month. That's not really asking much. Once a month is not a big deal. There's a part of me that wants to do it every week, but I'm like, man, with these conventions coming up, I don't think I'm gonna have like the time for that. And by time, I mean I'd rather spend that time that I'm home, like hanging out with my family. You know what I mean? So, but we'll see. We'll start with once a month and we'll go from there. So, yeah, we have a community channel points challenge, a new one. If anyone's interested in spending some of them sweet channel points. Thank you for the follows, everybody. You can get, yeah, and you can contribute up to 2,000 channel points per day, and we stream every single day. I totally forgot that we were streaming like 18 hours, 14 hours, like we were streaming a lot during the Yu-Gi-Oh! Project. So apparently a lot of people walked away with some massive channel points during that. So I got to give you all a place to use them points, right? Plus these 24-hour streams are fun. Yeah, architecture, I'm really weak. Architecture, because you know, character design is, I've talked about this for years. Character design is one of my weak points. Architecture is just character design for buildings. That's all it is. You want to think of it that way? Could you describe what architecture is? Yeah, it's just character design for like for like houses. That's all it is. Yeah, so that's a really weak point, and it'd be really fun to do a 24-hour stream of that, and you know, maybe fix that weak point. Oh, what y'all know though, because like Wonder again, I appreciate that stuff. What y'all know, I'm gonna be dyeing my hair in like 2 days, bleaching it. We're gonna look like a Filipino K-pop, an F pop. Looking forward to that. It's gonna be hella fun. What color? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll see it. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna go for like a dark gray, almost like a silver, but not like. But I want it to be dark though. Yeah, the bleach we got, because you know I have like super dark hair. The bleach we got is supposed to be able to lift 7 to 9 levels. And I was just like, fuck, this shit is aggressive. This better not. I better be careful, man. You get shit that's that aggressive that could lift 7 to 9 levels. Dude, you burn the shit out your hair right off your scalp. Like So Malcolm asked a really interesting question earlier. He asked me what my favorite armor is, and I was just like, I can't even think of like what my favorite armor is. Does anyone here have a preferred other than Boba Fett? Okay, I think we have a strong enough understanding of like the fundamental like structure of armor. So now we can start stylizing it. Plot armor. Actually, plot armor is like my least favorite armor. Okay, here's the question though. Boob armor. What's the general consensus on that? Okay, has it been proven there was no such thing as boob armor? Like, you know what I'm talking about? That's not like a real thing, right? That's just like a character design thing. No, boob armor. Like where the metal is shaped for the female bust. Yeah, that's what I figured too. They weren't necessarily supposed to be in combat, so like you know, I'm not a historian, I don't know. Yo, hey, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. Big fan. Welcome everyone. You are joining us during a 24-hour study stream. This is a fantasy topic study stream. The topics that we'll be covering are armor, weapons, fantasy, armor, weapons, and creatures. So we're starting off. I'm an irresponsible artist, so I've never actually done a deep dive into studying armor. So the first step that we're going to be doing today is working on just getting the general structure of armor, and I'm trying to familiarize myself with the different components and like how they sit on each other and how they interact. And from there, we're going to start stylizing the armor a little bit. Again, trying to keep ourselves familiarized with the different components. And then we'll do some weapons. After that, we'll start studying different creatures. So goblins, orcs, gnomes, elves, and fairies. And if we have time, we'll do some golems. Yeah, that's what we're working on today. No boob armor? Okay. But anyway, welcome Raiders. Yeah, that's what we're working on today. And I do invite anyone in the chat who is an artist to drop a link to their socials. Or wherever it is that you share your artwork, whether that's on ArtStation or Instagram. But this will be a pretty chill day. It's a 24-hour stream, but it's all just sketchbook practice work, so it'll be cool to add this stuff to our visual library. So you said less boob armor, more. So what's your and Mako, I don't know if you're still here, but what's your stream schedule like? For anyone who's new here, for the past couple of weeks, we've been doing a lot of digital art, working on a massive Yu-Gi-Oh drawing, and I'm very happy to give the Cintiq back here a little bit of a short retirement. We put 250 hours on that drawing in like 3 weeks, so it's nice to get back to the pen and paper. Like we don't really have one. Okay. The Knights and Elden Rings. Were Amazons a real thing? Like I told everybody, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not a historian. Yo, Malcolm. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get to the more elaborate armor, right? But right now, I'm still just hammering down the fundamentals of it. We'll get to it soon. For anyone, when we hang out in the sketchbook, this is the kind of we do kind of just like to goof off. Not goof off. We kind of like to hang out in the sketchbook and just practice different things. That's what you'll find us doing here on stream mostly. At a section where we're working on food. I know, pencils, right? Blasphemy. And I will do my best to avoid the as we do these studies, I'm going to do my best to avoid the you know what I'm talking about, the armor, the really non-functional armor. Where it's just like I have my shoulder pad. Yeah, we'll avoid that. We're gonna go with like functional armor, okay? What do you think about Tom Fox Anatomy? I like Tom Fox a lot. Back before he got really popular, I actually signed up for his like his mentorship program. This was, I think, 2017 or 28, late 2017, early 2018. I signed up for his mentorship program, where it'd be like one-on-one teaching. But because I do conventions, at the time I was doing anime and comic book conventions to sell my artwork full time, and our schedules just never matched up, so we had to break up. I know, but I like Tom Fox a lot. Yeah, to the point where I was willing to pay money to learn from him. Alas, the schedules didn't work out. The relationship ended mutually. My bad if I seem a little low on energy today, or I'm I'm a little deep into a water fast right now, and I'm doing my best to stay present. My wife was like, why are you doing this when you have one, a big convention this weekend, and two, when you have to do a 24-hour stream? And I was just like, look, we gotta do this. We just gotta do this regardless, so. Oh, you Google Tom Fox? Yeah, his stuff is really cool, right? I like his instructional videos. I'm not a great teacher. Well, first off, I'm not a teacher in general, but like, I'm not really good at instructing. Like, people ask for advice, and I can give you like practical advice, but like if you're trying to ask me to like teach you something, I don't know, man. I'm not good at presenting, but he's good at presenting his stuff. Well, Kim Jung-gi is my second favorite artist. Excuse me, my third favorite artist, my second favorite illustrator of all time. Spent a lot of my 2017, 2018s really, really hardcore studying Kim Jung-gi's work. Practicing, you know, hardcore, basic fundamental stuff, right? But like, the anime stuff in my artwork comes through because I'm a fucking weeb. Like, I started off drawing anime, specifically Yu-Gi-Oh! And you know, that just kind of just stays in my style. Plus, I do fan art sometimes for stuff that I sell at conventions, and that's all anime stuff, so and it just kind of stay. Plus, I think anime is really fun to draw, so. Do we have any anime artists here? We after we finished that big Yu-Gi-Oh drawing the other day. Oh, it's been a week now since we finished it. If anyone's curious and you want to see it, if we have any Yu-Gi-Oh fans, I'm not trying to sell you anything. It's just I'm really happy with how that drawing came out. It's Yugi versus Kaiba plus all their monsters from their decks. Yeah. You draw comics, but you watch a lot of anime. Do you have a place where you post up all your stuff on like socials? Yeah, during a water fast, you got to keep your electrolytes high. You got to sleep a lot. You know, it's basically a good way to recover. But anyway, you know me, I ain't gonna be doing all that now. Thank you for dropping the IG. A lot of people are really shy about dropping their socials. This applies to everybody. Oh, your line work is so sharp. Working on the first issue of your book. Oh, congrats. That's fucking sick. Yeah, I'm working on a personal project kind of on the side right now too. I have a lot of conventions coming up for the next like 3 months, so that's eating up a lot of my focus time right now, but I have a personal project that I've been working on and off, so hopefully by the end of the year I'll have enough time. Probably not. I'll have enough time to, you know, really buckle down onto that. Are you gonna be releasing it via like webtoons, or how do you like to distribute your work? Or is it gonna be like a real book? Heroes. You talking about the con? No, I have a bunch of anime cons coming up this year. I have slowly moved away from tabling at comic book conventions. I just don't make as much money there. I make fucking like 4 to 5 times as much at anime conventions that I do at like comic book cons. I mean, if I don't have a show that weekend, I'll do a comic convention. But if I have to choose between two, it's always the anime show. I'll choose a small anime show over a big comic book show. Okay, so I think by the time we finish these 2 pages here, I'll have familiarized myself enough with the basic components of armor, and like I said, I have some cool references here that we'll use for armor design. So I think we've, like I said, familiarized ourselves enough with the general like layout, the structure of armor, and then we can kind of just move on from here and start doing like more fun armor. Is it day or night? It is 10 a.m. my time. You're self-publishing. That's fucking sick. Actual paper. That's the way. All right, so we have a question here. Do you have any advice for someone who has just started their drawing journey, like for half a year? Yeah, I think for most artists, the thing that really slows down progression, and I know for me this was true, is lack of direction. It's not so much like the technical stuff that's hard, because like technical stuff you'll learn just through repetition, right? And like all the information's free online, or you could ask somebody, you could find an artist who you really like if somebody's good at, oh, I don't know, like gore art, you know, or like body horror. I don't know if they're still in the chat, but you could always ask them and be like, hey, do you have any recommendations for like a book, you know? And you can you know, if somebody's good at drawing like something that you're interested in, you could always hit them up and ask them for like, is there a resource that they recommend? Usually artists are really good about sharing their resource, you know. They'll help you out as long as it doesn't like cost them anyway. But I think the technical stuff is not the difficult part about becoming an artist. It's direction and making money. But like making money is its own beast. But So I always recommend you figure out what you want to be able to draw, and then you just work from that. You work backwards from that. So like, let's say you want to be able to draw, like you want to be able to sketch. Let's say your ultimate goal was to be able to sketch somebody wearing armor in different poses, right? Like we're doing here, just kind of goofing off. Well, in order to do that, well, you need to learn armor. And this is just an example, okay? So like the first thing is I need to learn armor. Okay, well, how do I know how that fits? Well, I need to learn how to draw people. Well, what's that comprised of? Well, I need to get good at doing gesture work. I need to get good at doing proportions, you know, and then like somewhere along the line, I guess you could learn anatomy. You know what I mean? So since you're just getting started, I think for you, the most important thing would be direction, so that you're not just aimlessly drawing stuff. You're not just like, well, I want to get good at drawing. The fuck does that even mean? Like, you need to know what you want to get good at and just focus on one thing at a time. You know, when you're like, I want to learn how to draw an entire person and every part of the body and every like subcategory in it, like that's too much fucking shit, dude. Like that's too much. So do it one thing at a time. Figure out what you want to draw, and then figure out the different steps or the different small things you need to know before. Figure out what you want to be able to draw in a couple of years, and then be like, okay, well, I have to know how to do these little things first. That's it. That's my recommendation. Otherwise, you're just going to be floating there, like doing a little bit of practice on everything, but not really learning anything. That's cool, because when your book blows up, then you can, you know, you hold on to those ink pages. So when your book blows up, you can have those and like sell them for a lot later. They give you a bunch of the PDFs of art books. Yeah, that works too. That works too. Yeah, but most artists are pretty cool. It's just the ones that aren't, they just kind of stick with you. Like if you meet someone who's like really not cool, they tend to stick with you. But, you know, just ignore them. You'll find that in every field. Like I used to work as an auto mechanic before I started drawing, right? In like my fucking 20s. And like most mechanics are super duper nice. Most customers are really, really nice. Most service writers are really, really nice. But when you come across those bad ones, man, they just really stick with you. The point is to not focus on artists who are just like gonna try and keep you down, you know what I mean? Just ignore them. So that's my practical advice for, you know, you said you've been drawing for about half a year. My practical advice is, you know, make sure that you have some structure with your practice. Even if you're just practicing like one thing for like a year, that's better than like jumping around all over the place, in my opinion. Now for less practical advice, more like generic advice, I must warn any new artist about social media. Fucking don't even trip, dog. Like if you spend too much time on social, and you if you look at other people's work and it makes you feel a certain way, you need to just get off that shit, because you can't be trusted with it. You can't be you can't use it responsibly. So if you're new and you're online looking for a lot of references or a lot of resources, you know, Instagram is a great place to look up a lot of references for your studies. Now, if you start feeling real bad about yourself, you need to just get off that shit. Yeah. Yeah, learn fundamentals, but I mean, like, to me, when we talk about fundamentals, perspective definitely is a universal thing. You want to get really good at perspective because you could apply that to literally everything that you draw, and it will level up even the most basic drawing. So, like, let's say you have an anime character. And you see that again. I go to a lot of conventions, so you see it a lot in the artist alley. People who you can clearly tell who does or doesn't work on their fundamentals. So, in my opinion, perspective is like one of the most important ones. So, let's say you have like an anime character. Is that an anime character? Is that how you draw an anime face? You know, that versus like. Anyway, that's just a quick example, but see what I mean? It's just so much to try and talk about, and right now, my brain's all scrambled. I told you I'm bad at teaching, but yeah, strong basics. Okay, so on the next page, we'll move on to more stylized armor, because I feel like we've got this, we've kind of got this figured out. And again, this is actually my first time doing any kind of deep dive study into armor, so you guys got to be patient with me while I learn. This is all new to me. This is all stuff I'm learning right now, so you all got to be patient with me while I figure this out for myself. Most of the best teachers and professors were alcoholics. I didn't know we are getting onto that topic, but I mean, sure. I'll be hard pressed to disagree. Oh, you want to learn how to draw straight lines? Hold up, I got this line right here, son. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh monster called Blade Knight that has a really cool armor set. So let's freestyle some You want to be able to do, you want to be able to draw really good lines, you must become one with the line. Ah. Man, we're so stupid. Like, welcome to the stream, everyone. If you intend to stick around on this channel, like, we get pretty stupid on here when we're talking about art. That's the only way, right? I don't know, I used to be so serious. Like, I used to take art so, like, I take my craft seriously, right? But I used to, like, leave no space for, like, joking around. Like, I used to have, like, a stick up my butt where I would, like, you can't even make a, like, you wouldn't even be able to make a joke about, like, I need to learn this topic right here. You know, and it's just like, there's no wiggle room to, like, have fun. It was like, focus is staring at a wall for, like, 9 hours, you know? Like, I used to be like that. But, that was then, this is now. So if you want to hang out on the stream, you gotta get used to us being stupid on here, so. Okay. We'll, we're doing a lot of sharp edges. Let's freestyle Necromancer bone armor. Hold up. Let's, before we get too crazy, you know, modifying the armor, let's gradually build up to it. But yeah, some bone armor would be cool. Oh Jesus. Freaked me out. I totally forgot we did this on this page. All right, so we've been doing a lot of, like, sharp edges, right? So let's how about we do an armor that's more round, some more round edges. Also, since we have some artists in here, for any of my traditional artists, if you do use Copic markers, I have an affiliate link with Copic marker. If you want to order directly from their website, that will give you 10% off your first purchase, and your boy gets a bit of a kickback. So if you want to support the stream while you're already buying your markers, you can go ahead and use that code and get 10% off your first purchase. And we are going to be doing a weapon study on here too. So there's going to be a segment where we'll be working on, I believe, swords, bow and arrow, I think axes probably. No, today, it's just going to be for today. It's just a topic that I want to add to my visual library that I really have been meaning to study for a while. Usually after we do one of these like longer, these 24-hour streams, usually the topics that we practice will kind of just stick with me. So I don't really feel the need to go more days. Now, if I were going to be doing a bigger project or like a comic or something that involved a lot of this topic, then yeah, I'd probably take it on for a few more days. This one right here. Oh yeah, so after we finish each topic, we're gonna head out of the sketchbook, and we'll do like a regular drawing, an illustration. So like once we finish the armor section, I'm gonna go ahead and grab some Bristol board and some Copics, and then we'll be doing a like a full-on armor illustration, and then we'll move on to the next topic, which will be weapons. So I think we'll just keep playing around in the sketchbook for maybe like another hour or two, just doing different freestyle designs. Because I'm looking at the reference pictures that I pulled up for different armor designs, and they're cool, but they're kind of generic. So maybe we could come up with some fun armors ourselves. If you were a knight, what kind of armor would you wear? Plot armor. Undefeated. No, I actually, real talk, I actually don't know a lot about different kinds of armor. That's why we're doing this study. I don't know, like, what the superior strategy would be. I don't know, like, is there heavy armor in the same way how there's different kinds of swords? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. You haven't been on the stream in a while, but you have one of your posters hung above. Hey! Appreciate that. Thank you. Which poster? Is it the 1,000-hour Dragon Ball drawing? Oh, you have the skyline drawing. Oh, shit. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're just kind of goofing off now. All right. Wow, we've been on for 3 hours already. That went by pretty quick. We're just gonna stay here and continue to freestyle some of these armors. But since we just hit 3 hours, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. All right, since we have a whole lot of time still. I say let's do another 5 to 10 pages of freestyling armor, and then we'll go get the Bristol board and we'll do a full Copic illustration for some gold armor. You know, we'll combine some warm grays and some cool grays and maybe a little bit of teals, you know, for the reflections, and we'll do that. Okay, so give me 10 minutes. We're gonna come right back. I will actually take some recommendations. So this is some Celtic armor, Oriental armor. You know what? Some like samurai stuff. Anyway, all right, give me like 10 minutes. We're gonna pace ourselves for this 24-hour stream. I shall return, okay? Now you make a good point there about I just came back right now. I saw your latest comment. Doing some armor that's not metal based. That'd be kind of fun. Somebody said bones, right? Do some kind of bone armor. Whoops, my bad. That's really loud. So not every set of armor uses a Saiyan armor. And not every set of armor, I mean, utilizes every different component here. Like I see a lot of them who don't use the rear brace, the upper arm armor. It looks like a lot of the designs I see here kind of forego that in exchange for bigger shoulder pieces. Looks like the shoulder plate here. So, does anybody, I don't know who here is familiar with armor, but you see this sometimes in designs where one side is higher than the other on like the collar area. Does it have to do with like jousting or something? Is it like, does that have to do with like your lead hand? You want to, no, because if your lead is the right, then you put your left shoulder forward. They do have the big shoulder to protect the neck for spear during fight with horses. Okay. Okay, so I guess it's similar to this piece right here that we were talking about. Like this, we were talking about this earlier. This piece is the part that wraps around the neck, but then a lot of the times you'll have this piece, which could sit in front of on the top of the breastplate. And that's supposed to protect like the neck and the lower chin. I guess it's kind of like that, but just like off to the side a little bit, right? And then incorporated into the shoulder. Again, this is all just, you know, I'm just assuming that instead of having it as part of the breastplate to protect the chin, the lower chin and the neck, you would incorporate it into the shoulder so that it's probably less cumbersome, right? And then it operates the same. Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification on that. See, this is the kind of stuff that I love learning. Like when we're doing these study streams, you know, I've seen we've seen those designs for like decades, and I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck that's for. I feel like a crackhead right now. I am like craving all kinds of bad food right now. We're not gonna do it. I'm just saying. I just could feel it. Like my brain is doing that thing. Anybody who's ever tried to kick a habit or an addiction, your brain starts creating like rationales in your head. You're like, no man, but you're doing a big old stream right now. You need some energy. You need some energy. Just one hit. Just one hit. Just go get some cupcakes. Just one cupcake. Just one hit. Don't worry about it. You'll be all right. Like I'm feeling like almost symptoms of like physical withdrawal right now. And I know it's, I was gonna say it's a lie. It's not really a lie because I am going through like sugar withdrawals right now, but god damn. It's been a while since I've done like a pure water fast. It's been a long time. So I'm not used to this. Especially during the Yu-Gi-Oh project, I was just eating anything. I was just like for like 26 days. I was just like whatever keeps me awake. No, I'm doing a 7-day water fast. We're a little over 30 hours right now. For me, it's usually around, I think it's around 50 hours. Is it around 50 or like 35? Somewhere around there where I start to feel okay, where it starts to kind of wash over me when I stop caring. But until you get to that point, I'm just like, I think it's 50 hours. It's short of 3 days. Once I get to that point, then it's easy, right? Malcolm, you do fasting, you know, like the beginning is always the hardest, but then once you get to a certain point, it's whatever. But until we get to that point, basically, I'm not going to be able to eat until I, basically my first meal is going to be when I get back from FanimeCon next week. First 3 days are killer, yep. Thank you everybody for hanging out during this 24-hour study stream. We're going to be working on armor for another couple of hours. We'll do a full armor illustration in a little bit as well, and we'll go all in, like we'll color it with Copic markers and everything. We'll probably make it very, very metallic, very reflective. That'll be really fun. But also thank you everybody who's putting their knowledge of armor and their input into the chat, because I don't know anything about this kind of stuff. So any knowledge you guys have to share in regards to like armor functionality, I really appreciate it. No, I'm gonna be what I like to break with, because I'm actually gonna, I prefer to not do this, but I'm at a point where I kind of need to drop a lot of weight, mainly for my own health, because I told you about like my sleep apnea and all that. Yeah, so when I get back, it's gonna be all fish and probably asparagus, because asparagus is not too hard. Like I have to boil it down into mushy asparagus. I like crunchy asparagus, but that's hard to like digest. If I boil it down to like really squishy asparagus, and salmon is pretty much what I'm going to be consuming for the next couple of when I do start eating again. That's what I'm going to be consuming for quite a while. And basically what I'm going to be doing is whenever I travel for a convention, because I have a lot of conventions coming up, I'm just going to fast during them. That's going to be the easiest way. Plus, I ain't trying to spend a bunch of money while I'm out there. Man, sometimes when artists get together for these conventions and they want to go out to eat, I get it, you want to network, you want to hang out with your artist friends. But man, well, I don't remember the last time I got invited to an artist dinner that was at fucking like McDonald's or something. It's always, you want to get some Korean barbecue? Yeah, that's not bad. No. We're gonna go to the Korean barbecue spot. I'm like, oh, I got sauerkraut. I got sauerkraut all day in the fridge. Pickled stuff, as I get older, pickled stuff gives me a stomachache. So I can't hop right into sauerkraut off of a fast. It gives me a stomach ache. Oh, anything that's pickled, really. The best part about sauerkraut is it goes with everything. It's one of those like generic pickled flavors that you could just fucking you could eat with everything. It's just like canned cranberries. My wife opened my eyes to canned cranberries. Cranberry, you know, like the it just looks like a big old jelly. You know what I mean? It's like comes out of the tube and you just cut slices off of it. That shit goes with everything. Another cool thing I think we could look into is scale armor. Scaling. I think we'll when we finish this page we'll look into scaling, like dragon scale. But I can't have that cranberry stuff because it's a big old block of sugar. And that's just gonna set us back to where we are right now. If I go in and do that. I must preface this all this like diet talk that we're talking about. I guess I have to clarify. I'm talking about for me because I have health issues and like addiction issues. This isn't for everyone, and I don't recommend fasting and stuff for everybody because it's not for everybody. What's the point of a 7-day water fast? There are, I mean, you can Google all the, you know, scientific benefits of it, right? But mainly for me, I like to do that to kind of reset my my eating habits. I usually eat clean year round, pretty structured diet. However, the past few months, god damn, it's been a long time now, hasn't it? Since my wife got her diagnosis, and I've been, you know, she started her treatment, and while I was basically playing nurse here at home for like months, I was just eating just garbage because I was just like whatever, like I was just like, oh fucking, I'll just shove whatever I need to in my face so I can survive, right? And I got really fat, and it's not so much the weight that bothered me, it's more um like I have a bad relationship with food. So like during that time period, I kind of really fell back into those bad habits. So for me personally, the point for me of doing like a water fast is to kind of reset my brain. Like it's a good way to kickstart my getting control of my eating habits again. So honestly for me, put all the potential benefits aside, it just kind of fixes my fucking bullshit. That's what it is for me. Because there's something about like once you get past like the first, like we said, the first 3 days, it gets pretty easy because your cravings really go away after those first like 3 days, right? And then if you can get through, like if you're responsible enough to drink enough water and to take in enough soda, like if you can have enough discipline to not eat, especially if you're overweight, and for me, and I know I literally don't actually need more food. You know, if I can get past that mental part, it helps me get my shit together. So anyway, so for me, that's what it is. It just helps me get my shit together, all my shit, so it's together. It's basically it's a drug detox, I guess. That's the way to describe it. It's just a big drug detox. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, exactly, Malcolm, right? Like, you know what works for you. Yeah, plus it's very presumptuous to tell somebody who you know nothing about in regards to like their medical history or their family history or like their relationship with food or their exercise history. It's very presumptuous to be like, nah, I know that shit that you do. You should do this right here. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's kind of rude. Like, I would never want to do that to somebody because it makes me look like an asshole, and then it's really inconsiderate to them. Like, what if they listen to me and they like fucking get diabetes or something? You know, I'm like, I want to be responsible for that. Trust me, bro. I've seen so many YouTube videos. I've done so much research on this. Trust me, bro. You absorb creatine better through your nose. So I used to party with a dude. Uh, he was like he was a big fitness bro, right? But we used to go to like music festivals and raves together. And there's a period of time where even like like even MDMA wouldn't work on him anymore because he's just done so much, right? I know, like, I've seen him snort pre-workout. I was like, what the fuck? That's like the craziest shit I've ever seen, dude. He's just like, oh, it's harder this way. It's like, you do you, man. I gotta stop you. Like, that's a like, for real. He took the scoop. It wasn't a full scoop because that's like too much. He just took the scoop, the little scooper, he put it on the table. And he was like, what are you doing, man? Yeah, exactly. I'm not quite like, that's why I'm saying, like, we try stuff out for ourselves, and then what works for us. But everyone's body composition and his health histories, it's all different. So it's fascinating when people are just like, nah, this is the superior way to, to. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab a Bristol board right now. And then we'll do a full armor illustration right now. So we'll take all the little things that we've learned, and I'll take I'll use these sketches that we did as reference, and then we'll do an all-out like Copic ink illustration. Let me go grab the papers real quick. Okay. So we will use the sketches that we did as references. We'll use our own notes as references for this. And we don't want to just draw it standing, so we also want to give it a fun gesture to look at, right? We've also been studying the artwork of Takahiro Kagami lately, one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh artists for the anime, and so we're gonna incorporate a little bit of that stuff, his flavor of poses into this. Let's see what we can come up with. I don't know about y'all, but I am thoroughly enjoying learning something new. It's been a long time since I've worked on a new subject, since I've learned something new with my art. You know what, let's zoom out a little bit. Right now the sketch I have is very like close up. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can get a full body shot. All right, so we have the helmet. Where are we at? 3 hours and 42 minutes. Make a note to myself so when I get the VOD to this, I could turn this section into a time lapse. We'll use a lot of sharp edges with this. Malcolm, naturally I must ask, are you going to make your way to A-Kon in 2 weeks? You know, it's sad. I don't think I'm going to get my Yu-Gi-Oh prints, the larger prints. I don't think I'm going to get them in hand in time for Fanime this weekend. Sad, sad days. Oh, what Discord? Discord is like... It's basically like a message board. Ooh, can anyone help me describe what Discord is? It's basically a place where you can... it's like a Facebook group. There you go. It's like a Facebook group that I run. It's basically like... It's a place where you could share your artwork. So like the different Discord server, it's social networking. How do you describe it? It's like you can go into it and you know what? I can just show you on my phone. All right. So basically this is my Discord server. So you hop in here and there are different like little channels on here, and each of them you can kind of, they're like open topics. So like we have one for general chat where you can just kind of hang out and talk. We have a section for your art where everybody who's part of the Discord can share their artwork. Like here's a drawing that I did. so I shared it there first. It's a place where you could promote your own stuff. You could share pictures of like different art studies that you do. And then I have a different section down here where you can share like pictures of your pets. It's just like a community, you know. It's basically social media minus the bullshit. Because when you join the Discord server, you're only going to get fed the stuff that's in that server. So I'm not very active on other socials anymore. Like I'll copy paste stuff on there, but like you really want to get a hold of me, that's where I'm at, my Discord server. It's essentially what it is. It's social media. It's all the good things about social media minus all the bad stuff. So there's no like ads. You're not gonna get flooded by recommended stuff. You hop into my art server. We're just there to talk about art, or if you're in the like the pet section of it, you talk about your pet. Well, you know what I mean. How come you're not gonna be able to make it when you're in juice fast mode? You're focused on that and only. Yeah, okay. I feel you on that. I 100% support that. You're on the grind basically. I'm 1,000,000% behind that. Yeah, that's why, like I said earlier, when I go to these cons this year, I'm just gonna fast while I'm at them because like the idea of going out to like dinner with other artists, like I have enough self-control where I'm not gonna like break my commitment to my fast, right? Or my diet, but it's gonna make things just so much easier if I don't tempt myself, if I don't, if I don't court disaster, basically. We will be streaming every day I'm at these cons too. I'm considering, I was this close to getting a second phone line for myself so that I can have one phone where I'll be streaming everything while I work. But yeah, if the out of sight, out of mind, absolutely. I feel you on that. That's the best way to do it, honestly. It's like being in training camp, like how fighters go into camp and they just disappear off the face of the planet for a while. Join the Discord. Hey, thank you. Your drawings are lit. Thank you. My bad on the YouTube section of the chat. It's not showing up in my my OBS for some reason. So if I'm a little late to responding to you through the YouTube chat, my bad. I do see it though. I will see it eventually. Again, we'll use a lot of sharp edges on this character. Welcome everyone. If you're just joining, we are doing a 24-hour study on right now we're working on armor. I've never done an armor study, so this is a lot of fun to learn the ins and outs of basic armor construction. And then we'll do a quick maybe like 2 hours on weapons, but I don't think we're gonna stay on that too long. We're gonna go into fantasy creatures next, and then so orcs, goblins, gnomes, fairies, and then after that we will start applying the armor knowledge to those new species that we learned, those new you know those new creatures that we study. So they'll be kind of like combining all the different things we practice into just one. So right now what we're doing is we hopped out of the sketchbook and pulled out a Bristol board, which is a heavy drawing paper, and just kind of applying all the things that we learned so far this morning, and we're just gonna come up with a cool drawing. And we'll ink this top to bottom. Does whiskey break a fast though? Even though I ain't trying to spend no fucking $20 on one glass of whiskey, going to one of these, going to a bar or one of these restaurants that all these artists want to go to. In my eyes, anything that's not water breaks a water fast. I do allow one thing. Oh, you're asking where the other chat is? It's in Twitch. There should be a link in the description box to where you can go get hop into the Twitch chat. Aren't there some whiskeys that are sugar-free? I'm not an alcoholic, so I don't know these things. Well, that's Victor, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be 24. This is actually the 24-hour stream is just kind of like a reward because we had a community channel points challenge, which we have another one going on right now. If you head down to where you could turn in your channel points, the reward is always, a bit of a crazier stream. So we like to, if you could raise, it's always like, can you guys raise X amount of channel points together in X amount of time, right? And Y amount of time. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you're going to be studying this stuff anyway, right? Why not just turn the camera on and studying with other people? I find not only keeps you focused longer, if it's a topic you're unfamiliar with, sometimes there are people in the chat who are more knowledgeable than you. And that's already happened today. Like, I don't know anything about armor. So someone, I had some questions and some of you helped me out with that. So when it comes to, hey, thank you for the follow. So when it comes to, yeah, I know. Basically, the only thing I do give a pass to is like water flavors, water enhancements. But then you have to be very careful with some of those because a lot of them have like artificial sugar in them, which will break your fast. So you have to be very careful about which ones you get. Basically, what's it called? Oh my god, it's Crystal Light. That's what we recommended to our diabetic patients. So that's the one I'm saying it's okay. If it's good enough for diabetic patients, it's good enough for me. Fuck it. We'll do it live. What a crazy clip that is. But that's my mentality with it. Like, you're already going to be studying, right? You may as well, one, if you do it in front of people, it's going to keep you focused a little bit better than if you're on your own. Because when you're on your own, you can just stop and nobody's going to hold you accountable, right? But also, If you're gonna be drawing, may as well try to monetize it while you're at it. Why the fuck not? Crystal light and pink Himalayan salt. You ain't seen a penny yet. That's, I mean, it's all good. Like, for those of you who are unfamiliar with my YouTube channel, whenever I travel to conventions, I like to vlog / document. I mean, it's beyond vlogging at this point, the amount of effort I put into these episodes. But yeah, I don't see a penny of return on those. But it's one of those things where it's like a lot of people who know me, who have found me through those YouTube videos. Now, those YouTube videos didn't directly pay money, but it led to a lot of, like, you know, work and people who recognize me now. So when you're streaming your studies, because you know you're going to be studying anyway, you may not see the Twitch money, but you will eventually find people who are interested in what you're studying, and later down the road that will pay off. Guys, thank you for all the follows today. Holy shit, that's a lot. It's a bit of a social proof at the end of the day. Skill comes with practice, I think, but identity to others doesn't happen until you're in the wild. Yeah, you gotta, you know, put yourself out there. It'll make you, you know, like, you'll start to, and I think for a lot of people who call themselves introverted or whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean to you, like, if you're just bad at social situations, you know, drawing in front of people and learning how to talk while you draw and all that stuff, it's a good skill to learn. And again, you're already drawing, you're already going to practice, right? Fucking may as well practice something else while you're at it, get more out of it. That's where I'm at. That's what I think. I mean, you're already gonna, that's the thing, you're already gonna do it. That's what it is, right? You're already gonna do it anyway. So fuck, you know, why not? And one of the things that I've brought up in the past about specifically streaming your art studies or your practicing or your sketchbook work is because you're practicing, there's no pressure for you to actually be good at drawing. Like, oh, you know, I'll start streaming when, you know, I get better. I'm like, or you start streaming what as you're trying to get better. And if somebody gives you a hard time, you could be like, bitch, we're here to learn. You got a problem with that, you could leave. Like, that's like making fun of a fat person at the gym. Like, yeah, they're supposed to be in there. Like, sharper edges, sharper edges. You think that probably helps with the over preparing and a bubble problem too? I know I've always had an issue showing stuff until it's ready, but all that happens is that it's never ready. Yeah, because like where do you really draw the line, right? Not like literally, figuratively. Just gonna keep moving the goalpost, basically, yeah. I guess we'll give this character a bunch of dragon scale armor. You had the joke in your head, should have just said it. We here on this stream appreciate a good pun. I'll tell you though, this water fast got me vaping like a motherfucker though. I'm gonna wake up with like dry nostrils and shit. Yes, yes, that's the reason I'll wake up with a dry nostril. Yes, that's it. And we will be using Copic multi-liners and Copic sketch markers to color this in. It's looking really flat though, so I don't know if we can add a little volume to this edge over here. See, you get a little giggle out of me. I can't, I mean, I don't know. I can't understand people who don't enjoy a good like dad joke or a good pun. Even though 90% of dad jokes are just puns, right? You smoke the most when you're fasting? As someone who used to have both, used to be a heavy cigarette smoker, I used to be, and I used to have like mad eating disorders. I think a lot of my issue just comes from like oral fixation, just in general. God damn, I am feeling it, man. Not like fatigue, it's the cravings. May as well give this guy a dual disc at this point. So every time we do one of those big projects, that art style just flows into what I draw for like the next couple of months. So like we just finished working on that Yu-Gi-Oh drawing. There's gonna be a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh in this thing that we're doing right now. Like when I did the Rick and Morty drawing, everything I drew looked like that. Everything I drew was just like this is straight up just a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Which is fine. That's fine. Because that's part of armor study as well, right? I don't want it to run off the page. I see. I was gonna say I walked right into that one, but you could use that against me as well. You're like, motherfucker, you said to do it. So what is everyone, anyone here who is practicing art, well, what's next on your list? Like, what do you have on your, like, to practice or to study list? Unless you're in, like, production mode right now. I know someone here is working on a comic, in which case you're not really studying, you're in production mode. It also doesn't help that we're listening to the Yu-Gi-Oh soundtrack. Or it does help. Thank you for the follow. Italian design for a friend. We'll get forged. What? So do you design it like are you designing it in like ZBrush or something? Like are you doing a 3D model of it? And then they'll take that and then like they'll take the 3D model and then like make it real, or how do you do that? What's the process there? Learning more about fashion, that's good. If you could, fashion is one of those things that I'm really weak at. But you can both in real life and drawing. But you can really get some good character good personality if you're good at fashion work, which I'm not yet. Welcome everyone. If you're just hopping in, this is a 24-hour study stream. Right now we're studying armor, which is actually a new topic for me. I've never actually hardcore studied armor. So we started off just getting the basics of it and the different components. And so from there, we just started doing like freestyle designs. And now I'm just kind of taking all that little knowledge I've Twitch and YouTube. But yeah, so we're just taking the little bits of knowledge that we've gotten this morning, and now we're just gonna do a full illustration. We're gonna use Copic multi-liners to do the line art on this, and then I have some Copic markers that I'll be using to color it in. Does anyone here use Copics? Because if you do use Copics, you should also use my affiliate code with copicmarker.com. It'll get you 10% off your first purchase, and it gives your boy a little bit of a kickback. So if you're already purchasing markers for yourself, for your own work, you may as well use my code and support the stream. Yeah, someone's fucking forging a sword in here. That's so sick. Is that dope? Huh. Ow. I don't know if I want to keep that hand up there like that. but I also don't want to erase it, so rock in a hard place. See, if I turn the hand a little bit, then he could be holding like a spear. Ooh, let's do that. No, but then the spear is gonna go off the page, and I don't want to do that. I want everything to fit in page. Yeah. We could have it glowing with energy. Like green energy, like necro energy. And then we could use that as the light source. A really strong light source which will let us do a lot of like hard cast shadows and like really aggressive reflections. That'll be cool. Let's do that, yeah. Hey, what's going on? Thank you for the follows, everybody. A dual disc would solve everything, right? A dual disc solves everything. Thank you for that sub. Finish your clothing website design. You're awaiting your printing press. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you know, I am a little sad, but it was kind of expected. You know, the Yu-Gi-Oh, the big Yu-Gi-Oh drawing that we were working on for the past couple weeks. I don't think that I'm gonna get the prints of that in hand in time for Fanime Con this weekend, because I have an artist table at Fanime Con in San Jose, California this weekend, and I really, really wanted to bring that Yu-Gi-Oh piece, but I don't think I'm going to have it in time. I mean, I fucking better have it in hand by Akon. Like, Akon is a really big anime convention in Texas, and I have that coming up next weekend. Not this upcoming weekend, it's next weekend. I mean, the current set of prints I have will do well no matter what. Like, okay, it's one of those things. Like, I finished the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, right? And I just feel like my arsenal is incomplete until I have that with me, which doesn't make any sense because like I still have all the other stuff that I've been selling, right? That I know works, that I know sells. But it's just one of those things where I'm like, well, if I'm not have that new piece, but I don't have it in hand, if I'm not at full power, I feel like it's just, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense, but it's in my head. No, like we finished it and I sent it off to production, but I do big orders of these prints. I don't just send them off to like Cat Print or whatever and be like, "You'll give me 50." I order 500 at a time because it brings the price point lower, right? But that takes a lot of production time, and then they have to ship it using freight, and that takes a while. And I'm just like, the con is on fucking Friday. All right, everybody, we have been on for about 4.5 hours. I need to use the restroom. I shall return. All right, the puppy has joined the chat, so I'm watching over the little puppy right now. We have a 10-month-old boxer, and she's just goofing off here in the office. You've been planning wait. You've been going to Acon since 02? Look, all I'm saying is, I know that you got stuff going on, but if you do decide to go, which honestly I think you should just focus on, you know, what you got going on. But if you do for some reason decide to go, you know, I have an artist badge. I have a spare artist badge, so you don't have to pay, and you don't have to wait in line. You can just show up, use the exhibitor entrance, just walk or make your way through. You can just cut all the lines. You can just do whatever the fuck, and you can get in for free because I have the spare badge anyway. So, anyway, Malcolm, if you do decide to go, I got you. I straight up said you shouldn't. You should just focus on what you got going on. But if some for fucking weird reason you do decide, basically I'm saying I'm tempting you, but I'm also not responsible for your decision because you're a grown ass man. Oh shit. Oh, they're doing Double Toasted live in Atlanta? Oh my god. I've done Anime Weekend Atlanta and MomoCon. I stayed at an Airbnb. The whole house smelled like weed. I was like, God damn it. But they were not cool with me smoking cigarettes. Not in the house, but like they didn't want me smelling like they didn't want me smoking cigarettes like outside because they didn't want the smell. Like this whole fucking house smells like weed. But I was like, all right, whatever. This is your house, your rules. I'm cool with that. I didn't give them a hard time about it. I was just like, oh god, come on. Hey, Parsley. So the fan plate is the protector for the side of the knee. And then you have the actual knee guard. Uh-oh. I can't believe they actually turned that into a shirt. I remember when they first looked at it. I think that's sick that they actually turned it into a shirt. I thought they were just joking. I'm excited. After we finish this little drawing we have going on here, we move on to the next section of our 24-hour study, which is going to be creatures. Oh no, weapons? Nah, let's do creatures. I'm tired of doing armor and weapons. We'll do weapons later. Let's move on. I think we're gonna start off with orcs. So we will be using Copic multi-liners to do this. some very skinny Copic multi-liners to do this. So as usual, the process for this will be do the pencils, and then we do a quick pass with a really thin multi-liner, like really flat, no line weight. Then once we erase the pencils underneath, we will hit it with the Copic markers, and then we'll finish it by going back over it with a thicker multi-liner to control the line weight and add in some spot blacks. A large amount of cat people. Is that some kind of racial slur? Cat people in newer Japanese medieval lore? No. I don't follow any of that. Why? So I will do my best to not. I'll do my best to not use black line art to represent contours. I will strictly use the black outlines to my best of my ability to just do like the shapes, and then we'll do contours using the actual markers. Malcolm, you're gonna go watch Fast 10? Excuse me, Fast X. Part 1 of 3. Like, I might play it in the background if I could bootleg it. Maybe. Hey, what's going on? For anybody who's just joining, welcome to the 24-hour study stream. The first portion of the stream was studying armor, which is a brand new topic for me. I've drawn armor, but I've never like studied or understood it, right? So well, you know, we've done a little bit of studying and we filled up some sketchbook pages. So now we're just doing a like an actual drawing, applying all the knowledge that we learned this morning. Yes, very much into anime. Don't ask me what I'm watching right now because I'm super behind on everything. I just can't bring myself to sit there and watch a whole series or something because like I'd rather spend my time drawing and working. So I've accumulated quite a huge to watch list, and I'm probably never gonna get to. Actually, a big part of my job is being a weeb. I sell my artwork. I make fan art, and sell it at anime conventions. It's a big part of my my job, big part of my life. Man, my left trap, where the bottom of my trap is like so like tight right now. It's like really painful. You watch all your anime dub so you can work. Hey, there's a lot of the times where I prefer dub just because I want to be able to like watch it sometimes, you know. Berserk is a great one for armor. Oh yeah, I know. One of my buddies who's really active in the Discord is like a Berserk fanatic. Now I like watching anime though. Like half of the reason I enjoy some anime is the artwork. It's the animation. You know, take that away and I'm just like, it's whatever. Yeah, but then I'm neither drawing at full capacity nor am I watching at full. You know what I mean? Like I'm neither absorbing the entire show nor am I drawing at my maximum. So then I'm basically just like kind of at least to me it feels like I just be not really accomplishing anything. Cuz I do take time off from work, I do take time off from drawing. And when I do that, I'm one of those people where if I'm gonna be off, I'm gonna be off. I don't do that half and half stuff. So it's the same way around. If it comes time to draw, it comes time to work. That's like that needs to be my full focus. Now I could play movies in the background if I'm super duper familiar with the movie. Like I could put on Training Day and I could listen to every word. I know every word, and I could visualize everything that's going on while I listen to it. But if it's something new, I can't do it. Especially if it's something that if I want to watch it, I want to experience it. I don't want to don't want to spoil it for myself by like half-assing the viewing, you know what I mean? Okay. Well, that makes sense. Naruto and One Piece. Because you're just like, look, I have to do it this way or else I'm never going to get through it. I get you on those ones. So we're just doing our initial pass on this drawing with the line art. After we do the base lines, which are really flat, no line weight, no spot blacks. After we do this, we'll erase all the pencils, we'll fill it in with Copic markers, and then we'll go back in with a weighted, like a heavier multi-liner. Okay, so we're on the same page about that, yeah. So like, you could visualize it, right? With stuff you're familiar with. But when it comes to something new, it's like, man, I want to experience this. I want to watch this. I don't want to ruin it for myself by half-assing it. So I think that's what I meant by I have a long list of things that I want to watch, a long list of like new things, and I don't want to ruin them. So we are using Copic Multiliner 0.1. Really, really, really skinny pen. Okay, there you go, yeah. Like, I could play Japanese One Punch Man in the background, and even though I don't understand what they're saying, I've watched it so many times, I could, like, visualize what's going on. Okay, I think everyone has kind of the same strategy. Hold on, someone's at the door. Yo, thanks for the sub. I had to go help the wife with something. She not feeling too well today. So during this stream, I will be kind of moving in and out. When she clocks out of work, she's gonna go on yeah, basically. Speak of the devil. Shell beer. No, yeah, so when she clocks out of work, it'll be a lot easier because right now I kind of have to monitor her and the dogs and stuff, and when she clocks out of work, she can kind of relax, and when she knocks out after work, then I'll be able to kind of just sit here and focus. It won't have to be getting up and down so much. But what's going on, man? Yeah, we've been on for 5.5 hours already. That's crazy. Feels like we just started. Well, so all right, so I guess we could reset the room. So basically what we did is we're starting off the this 24-hour stream by working on the basic components of any armor structure. So we figured out like the basic parts, and then we just tried to get comfortable and memorize where all the parts are placed without using reference. So I think we got pretty familiar with everything. And now we're just taking all that information that we picked up along the way, and we're doing a Copic illustration of it. And when we finish with the armor section, we're going to be moving on to creatures. So the first creature we're going to work on after this is going to be orcs. And we'll do a like a deep dive into orcs, even though I think they're pretty simple to draw, but we'll do that, and then we'll go and do a Copic illustration of those of an orc as well, and then we'll go to the next creature, which is, I think we're gonna do gnomes after that, because we're also gonna do fairies and elves, but they're basically just people, right? So anyway, yeah, so let's do this armor here that we designed ourselves, just based on the little things that we've looked up, that we've studied. Yeah, some of those poses are fun. Yeah, prior to this, I'd never actually done a deep dive study into armor. It seems pretty simple, and if you look at a lot of different, like a lot of different armor from different time periods or like different regions, you're going to see that most of them kind of share the same base structure, which is, you know, that little diagram that I showed earlier. So in my opinion, if you could understand that base diagram that, that I sketched, all those individual parts, you should be able to kind of make up any kind of armor that has and it'll look functional, basically. Yeah, yeah, you can make shit up and say it counts, yeah, but you know, we still do want to base it in reality to some extent. So yeah, just that little diagram that we made, that exploded diagram of the base parts, I think is more than enough knowledge to be able to come up with your own armor design. and have it look like okay. Because before, I don't know how I would design armor. I would just bullshit it, right? Basically, I'd be like, well, where are the joints? Okay, well, that has to be, you know, like, well, if here are the joints, so that has to be able to bend, and like that was the extent of my effort on it. But it's kind of fun to be able to actually study it for real. Yeah. Also, if anyone has spare channel points, so what we're doing right now is it's for a community channel points challenge that you guys fulfilled. So thank you for that. But I did start a new one. There's 3 weeks left on the timer on that one. It'll be another 24-hour study stream, but that one will be a little different. That one will be on architecture. You know, I'm good at perspective and I can draw cityscapes. Like, I can get by drawing backgrounds and cityscapes just because I'm good at perspective. But I don't really have a strong knowledge base of architecture. So, just one of the many weaknesses that I, really need to, get on fixing. So it would be really cool to do a longer stream working on that stuff. On that topic. You love architecture? Yeah, it's basically the same thing. Like, you know how, some time ago, like a long time ago now, we did those animal streams, those animal study streams. And I did them because I knew for a fact that I sucked at drawing animals, and I was just like, all right, we just need to stop being, like, we need to stop putting it off, we need to stop being lazy. This is that same thing, where I'm just like, I know that I suck at architecture and design, so we need to just get off our ass and just, like, actually, work on it. So what we're doing different this time around on this study stream is after we clear each individual topic, we're gonna do like a full illustration like this per topic. Before we would just keep scribbling in the sketchbook, but we'll put a little bit more effort in today. Yeah, the architecture stream would be really fun because we would just choose different time periods and different regions and Nah, man. It just bothers me sometimes. Not all, sometimes it bothers me all the time. When there's a topic that I'm well aware that I'm weak in, and if I don't go about fixing it, I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what am I fucking goofing off for? Because I know how I learned. Like, I know what method of learning works for me. So I'm pretty confident I could basically learn anything that I'm willing to study. So for me, like it'd be one thing if like I had like a learning like issue, or you know what I mean, like, or if I had something that kept me from learning, but I don't. So for me to not take action is just so fucking lazy, and I can't do that. So um is my PC mainly for streaming and drawing, or do you do gaming? Just streaming and drawing. Streaming and drawing and video editing. That's all I use this computer for. I mean, I have Steam on here. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, which I actually just uninstalled from my computer. Again, I'm not gonna keep it off my computer forever. It's just I have so much going on that for the time being, I mean, I will download it again, but for the time being, I just need the temptation of playing games away from me. So it'll be a fun day when I could re-download it and like play and not worry about being on a time crunch and stuff. What did you mainly use Steam to play? Back when you did use it? Or was it something that you had and you just tried it out and didn't really like it? Can't even remember. Like, dude, I don't even remember if I liked it or not. That's how long it's been. You're looking to maybe do Twitch stream drawings, but would like to game, maybe stream that too, and not familiar with PC setups and stuff. You know, you don't really need, if you're gonna stream art, you don't really need a very powerful computer to do that, unless you are working on like a tremendous file, right? If you're doing traditional art, that makes lighting really difficult. Makes placing your camera can be kind of difficult. But when you're doing traditional art, the load on your computer is actually pretty light. It's more so your internet. But if your internet is good, then it'll be fine. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, where it's like, if you're already gonna be drawing, or you're already studying artwork, it's something that you're going to do regardless. I mean, I don't see why you shouldn't just turn, like, why you shouldn't stream it. I mean, I know that there's some projects that you want to work on your own, you know, in peace and quiet, and that's fine, that's different. But I mean, like, you don't even need a face cam. You could just stream what you're currently working on. $480 is fine. I don't see what the big deal is. $480 is infinity times the quality of not streaming. Now, you know, like, I'm only saying this because you have considered streaming already. If you didn't care for streaming, then I'd be like, yeah, whatever, just work on your artwork on your own. But if it's something that you've already considered and you're interested in, you should just do it. Gives a fuck. Like I used to stream off of a little webcam, you know? And the only reason I'm streaming off of like nice cameras right now is because these are cameras that I use for other things in my life. But even then, like, I was using a webcam, just a 1080p webcam for the canvas, and then I had like a really low res camera for my face, and you don't even need a face cam if you don't want to. Yeah, you can do that. Let me finish the line art here on the feet, and then I'll get back to the chat. So this is just the initial pass with the line art. And after we erase the pencils, we'll come back in with the Copic markers. And then when all that is done, we will go in with a heavier multi-liner to clean up the line weight and add in some spot black. Same old thing like we usually do. And once we do that last part where we clean up the line weight, that's when the drawing will really come together. Until then, it's going to look pretty flat. So just be patient with it. Ooh. Ever since the Yu-Gi-Oh drawing, my left trap has just been so like sore and like really tight. It doesn't matter how much I've been stretching it and how much I've been actually working it. It's just, just a bad place right now. Who's your celebrity crush? Oh, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about that in a while. Give me a few minutes. I gotta go through my mental black book. Give me a second. Let me think. I don't know. Nobody's really standing out right now. Well, naturally, like Scarlett Johansson, for a very very short period of time, Shailene Woodley, huh. And then when I was like really really young, Natalie Portman, but that was like eons ago. Oh, did you go? Did you look her up? Or you knew of her, you just didn't know her name. Oh no. Yeah, this is. I don't know why none of them are coming to mind right now. It's been so long since I've thought about it. What about you? Whether past or present. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson is such a generic answer, right? Yeah, but I was never really into the like the Megan Foxes, you know, like those kind no, like the ones that are just like in their peak or in their prime, everyone was just like drooling over them. That never really, yeah. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea who that was. Oh, you know, this was also a really, really long time ago. I think this was around well, like when Zombieland came out. Emma Stone. See, that's one of those ones where, had you asked me that a long time ago, that would have been such an easy answer. But as of right now, just like I'm drawing such a blank because it's been so long. But I think if we keep talking and keep thinking about it, I'm sure I could probably pull out some more names. I don't know. I can't think of. My libido's been so non-existent for years that I'm just like. Yeah, this is fascinating. I can't think of anything recent, so I'm trying to dig into like my memory. Yeah, I know, right? Like, of all the things I've had, this is like the most effort I've put into anything. Oh shit, I don't know, man. I know that they're there. At least in the past, I know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I really did get tunnel vision once I became an artist. I was just like, oh, I don't care about anything else. Hey, what's going on? Well, examples that you come up are probably, I mean, that's better than the nothing that I'm coming up with. I'm doing well though. we just finished studying armor, which is surprisingly my first time ever studying armor. So we decided to just take all the little bits of knowledge that we picked up this morning during the study, and we're just going to do a drawing, an illustration here. And then after this, we're going to do a study of orcs. And when we're done with the orc study, we'll do an illustration of an orc. Yeah. All right, so these are the base line art, okay? This is the base line art. I'm going to lift the pencils. I'm going to erase and lift the pencils. And then we'll go in with the Copics, and then after the Copics are done, we will go in with a thicker Copic multi-liner, and then it'll be done. Just finished errands. Getting your cardio in right now. What did you miss? We've just been working on some armor studies this morning. Now we're applying all the knowledge, all the different things we've learned about armor, and applied it to this sketch here. You know what? Aubrey Plaza for sure. Again, that was one of those ones back in the day. Dude, I cannot wait for it to be hot. I like going running in the heat. Because here in California, it gets to, where I live, it gets to about like well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit for like days in a row. I love running in the heat. All right, so give me a second. We're going to erase all the pencil marks here, and then we'll get in with the Copic marker. Does anybody here use Copic markers? Because if you use Copic markers, you should also use my affiliate link with copicmarker.com. They'll give you 10% off your first purchase, and your boy gets a bit of a kickback. So if you want to support the stream, but you don't really want to sub or buy any of my prints, but if you're buying markers already, you may as well use that code, and it helps your boy out. Let's go ahead and lift the pencils here. Oh. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. Just erasing some pencil marks, and then we'll get in with the marker. The collage was the one that I remember you came up with, unless you came up with a different one. Of course I remembered, because that was like the only clever one I've ever heard. I remember that session because we haven't had a lot of conversations like that before. That might have been the only time we ever had a conversation like that. And I remember we were spitballing a bunch of ideas, and that was, like, my opinion, like the most clever one. So yeah, that stuck with me. I don't remember the other suggestions you had though, but I know for sure you had more than that. All I know is that was the best one. I will be right back. I am over 30 hours into this water fast right now, and for anyone who has done a water fast, you know how often you gotta go take a whiz. So I'll be right back. I need to take progress shots of this as we go. Okay, so I want to use pretty much all new grays here. So we're going to be using probably a combination of warm grays and actually we'll use the grayish lavender, and I think we'll use a combination of warm grays. I don't have W4, which really sucks. That would be the best color to use here. We will use warm gray 2, which I think I'm also out of that one. What the fuck? Why am I out of all my colors? Okay, so we're not going to use warm grays here because I'm out of them. So we'll have to use cool grays for the armor. And since we're using cool grays for the armor, shit. All right, hold on, let me think. E40. I do not have E40. E40. No, I don't. Could use neutral grays, which if we use a neutral gray, that will still allow us to use the green highlights that I wanted to use, and I could still use the cool grays or the purple, the grayish lavender for the shaded areas. That's probably our best bet. N4, N2, N0. You bought 3 of each gray? Oh, which ones you get? Yeah, I mainly use 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8 of the 3 neutral, warm, and cool grays. I know there's that fourth one, that fourth gray. I think it's called toned gray. I don't like that one. I don't. It's like in between neutral and cool, and I feel like there's nothing that you like. There's nothing you could accomplish with those that you can't get with either neutral or cool. Okay, so see how I didn't use black lines here? Actually, let me lower this down a little bit. I didn't use any black lines to really represent any contours because I like to use the markers for that now. So in order to make sure that I have the contours in the right spot, what I do is you saw me take a picture of it. I was taking a lot of pictures of the progress, and that is so that I could use those pencils in the pictures I took as reference for where all the contours are going to be. I hate odd numbers because oops. The reason I don't get the odd numbers is because if you are good at blending, you don't really need all the in-between colors. Like, preferably you'd have all of them, but, you know, sometimes it gets expensive. So if you skip every other color, if you blend from dark to light, and you blend the lighter color into the dark one, you could get a really, you can get a really even gradient, which means you could skip every other value, which means you're literally buying half as many markers. But, if, preferably you want all of them. So if you do decide to, get all the markers, that's on you. But, it's also on you to use this affiliate code at copicmarkers.com where you'll get 10% off your first purchase. And I get a bit of a kickback from it. So if you want to support the stream and you're buying Copic markers already, you may as well use my code. Let's pull up YouTube Music. I have YouTube Premium, and I never get to abuse YouTube Music. I think you're so smart, huh? Well, I did that because, back when I first started drawing, I didn't have a bunch of money to spend on markers. So I was just like, there has to be a way where you don't need all of them, because if you look at Copic tutorial videos, they're always like build from light to dark. So they're always just like, you're gonna start with a 0 and then a 1 and then a 2 and then a 3. And I was like, fucking God. I was like, well, wait a minute. So I remember just experimenting, and I was just like, if I just go the other way, if I blend in to the dark, that should work, right? And guess what? It fucking does. Look how smooth that gradient is right there. And then when it comes to applying cast shadows, hope Copic isn't watching. Shit, I hope they are. That's a compliment when I say that their stuff is so good that you don't actually even need to buy a lot of them. So this is kind of the base gradients, like the flat gradients, and then we'll add in some more details. Once we get all this down. And then when I put in the cast shadows, we'll be using the grayish lavender, which will look really good. Like grayish lavender, which is was it BV23? So Bravo Victor 23 that's like one of the best colors that they have. What you don't understand, how do you avoid leaving brush marks and keep it smooth? That's a really good question. The more ink you put, the less brush strokes you're gonna have. So the way to make sure that doesn't happen, the brush strokes, is to make sure there's a lot of ink in your marker. If your marker starts to even run low a little bit, it'll start to leave those little streaks. Also, the heavier paper you use, the heavier the paper is, the more ink it could absorb. The more ink it can absorb, the less likely you are to have those streak marks on there. Also, you could slow down a little bit too. So people color really quick with usually the chisel tip is what causes the streaking, because people like to use the chisel tip and they go really quick. It needs a little time to bleed into the paper, so move a little slower with it as well. So it's ultimately all those things I just mentioned. ultimately just means putting more ink on the page and making sure that your page can accept that volume of ink. Yeah, it does blend really well. So I'm using a, I think if you command paper, I think it shows up on there. Yeah, I'm using a 100-pound Bristol. I've tested out, you know, a good amount of different papers, and a lot of them do work. I know Copic has their own paper as well. But I chose this paper because I was watching a tutorial, a Copic tutorial by Adam Hughes, one of the best like Copic users out there. And he builds up from light to dark. I like to go from dark to light, but he lives and breathes by this Bristol paper. And ever since I switched over, like this Bristol, you could watercolor on some of these Bristol papers. Like, it's fucking crazy. These are awesome. They're not the cheapest papers, but they're also nowhere near as expensive as like watercolor paper. So I think they're a fine balance. Yeah, if you have any questions about Copic Marker, like how to, like, if you have any issues with them, you can ask me now. I should be able to, because I've pretty much run into every issue myself, and I've found a workaround around almost everything. So if you have any problems or questions, you may as well, you have me here, you may as well ask. I should be able to help you out. Because I too have run into all the issues. So you see how I blend from dark to light? Essentially, you want to put down the dark color a little bit further than where you would want it to be. So like, let's say you only wanted the dark area like here, right? You would apply it to about right here. So then you would take the lighter color and then blend it about right here. And then this area in the middle, as it blends together, it will, you'll get like that nice middle ground, nice gradient. That's how to do it. Move, thanks for coming through, man. I'm still gonna be here when you wake up, so go get some rest. And maybe drop by in the morning before you have to go take care of what you gotta take care of, alright? Thanks for coming through, man. You got me thinking about those Hollywood crushes now. So what we're doing here is, again, we're just kind of doing the what I call like the flat gradients. So I'm imagining everything as just like a simple shape. The light source is his hand, right? So I'm imagining everything as like a simple shape right now, and I'm just making sure that I shade everything to look like it has volume. And then once that's all done, we'll go back in again, and then we'll apply like the cast shadows. We'll clean up the line work, and then like that's when things are going to really start to like pop, right? And because the light source is so aggressive, it's going to be right here, we can put some really cool, really aggressive cast shadows. Then always color one section at a time, and then finish that section before you like take a break or move on or do anything else. Not sure the shape that I was going for up here. I think it was something like this. Probably should have figured that out before I put down the ink. That's all good. Little tedious, is it not? I believe this whole bottom section here and the neck will be in complete cast shadow. But the reason, especially with alcohol markers, even if you're gonna put like I could just go in with the that purple that I'm gonna use for the cell shading. I could, but like if you have these gradients underneath it, that'll kind of shine through. So you want to make sure that everything is there before you go on and put that top coat. It's like nail polish. I don't know who your fucks with nail polish. And I might go in for like a rim light. We can even add in a rim light, which is on the opposite side of the light source. It's so like the bounce light. We could even do that with like, we could take like a 0, like a cool gray 0 or something, and then add that in there at the very end if we wanted to. You just put it on top of the whatever color you have in there. Gotta refill the N2. Forgot to fill up the N2. Shit. It'll be alright. I think there's enough juice in there to finish this section. I think this set of neutral grays, which is the first Copic set that, well, the first of the gray sets that I bought, they have the most mileage on them of any of my markers, like by far. I bought these back in 2014. It was a small set of grays, and I'm still using them, and I have not changed the nibs on them like at all. I'm tempted to though. Change out the super brush nib. I'm fucking slurring. The super brush nib on my my neutral gray sketch markers. What's the... Oh, command paper. I'm using the 100-pound Bristol. Now, we were talking about leaving like ink brush streaks on the page, and what I told everyone was, for those who weren't here, what I told everyone was the more ink you can apply, the less likely you are to get those streaks. That's basically what it's really simple. Like, it's streaking like that because there are areas that are not catching ink. So the best way to fix that is to put more ink. However, so that means that your marker needs to be charged up, and that means that you need a paper that can accept a lot of ink. So the yeah, that Strathmore Bristol is the is my favorite paper. Now, I know Copic actually has a paper, but I've never used their paper. But if Copic wants to send me some papers... Yeah, we will have to go in afterwards and add in a little bounce light, rim light onto the armor. So what we're doing now is, you see the line art, this is kind of just the flat line art, and then this is kind of what I call the flat, like gradient pass on the armor. And then once this is all done, we can go in and start adding more details, and especially when we go in with the thicker black lines. Clean up the line weight and add in some spot blacks. That's really going to bring the whole drawing together. That's like the most satisfying part. I appreciate all the follows today, everybody. We are currently 6.5 hours deep into this 24-hour stream. Feels like we just started. Thought I filled this pen up. I need to put more ink in it. I just need to recharge all three of these. Yo, what's up? We're just refilling our pens right now. So yeah, so we did some armor studies this morning, and just decided to take all the knowledge that we picked up, and we're just doing a Copic illustration. And then next we're gonna study orcs, and then we'll do an orc illustration. Then after that we'll probably go into goblins or gnomes. So every time we finish a different section of today's 24-hour stream, 24-hour study stream, at the end of each section we'll do an illustration. Yeah. How have you been though? What's up? Were you at Anime Central? Yeah, this pen is like bone dry. This neutral 2. Hope everyone is having a good start to their week. If you're just tuning in, we are here on a 24-hour study stream. I'm having a really fun time. After working so many hours on the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, I was like, 24-hour stream's like nothing, dude. Like, when we were doing the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, I was sleeping every other night, and we were basically streaming non-stop during that time. I'm just like, what's a 124-hour stream? Nothing. It's nothing. Oh. Let the ink recharge on that one. I'm filling it up the lazy way. The quote proper way to fill up Copic marker is to pull the nib, preferably the chisel tip, out, because you could pull it out, and then just put this and just fill it up. I'm too lazy and I don't want to get my hands dirty, so I leave the nib in there and I just fill around it. All right, we'll let the marker soak for like a minute. Let all the ink kind of get down to the because you fill it up through the chisel tip, but I let them flow down to the brush, the super brush end. So we'll let those kind of chill and take care of themselves. Oh, yo, Tim, were you did you scroll through the VOD, or did you scroll through the stream, or just looking at what we have right now? So while we have to wait a minute or two for my my inks to kind of absorb for my pens to absorb the ink that I just put in. For those of you who are just joining, the first portion of today's study stream is armor. I've never actually done a proper armor study, so we broke down the general components of any kind of all armor. So if you go look, every armor kind of has the same possible components. Sometimes they use fewer parts, but ultimately every section of the body has their own like protective piece, right? So we spent the next couple pages just kind of getting familiar with the structure, or not, just kind of like the layout of the armor pieces. Yeah, so once I felt like we got familiar enough with the different components, I decided we're just going to do an illustration, a Copic marker illustration. You slept in? Oh, don't worry, we got a lot of stream to go through still. After we finish this Copic marker piece, we'll be studying orcs. And then after we study the orcs, we'll do some sketches, and we'll try and apply some armor to the orcs, and then we'll do a full illustration of that as well. So basically every time we finish a subject, we'll do a full drawing. These should be charged. Oh, give me a second. Okay, we're fine. It looked like it looked like the stream was lagging for a second, but I think it's fine. We are like 30 hours deep into this water fast, and I'm like losing my fucking mind. Once we get to like the 50th hour, then it gets easy. But we're not there yet, so. Tim, what's up, man? How you been? Want everyone to send me positive energy. And hopefully my Yu-Gi-Oh! Large order of prints will come in by Thursday in time for FanimeCon this weekend. Living day to day. That's what we all do, right? Anything specific you're gonna be drawing today? If you are gonna draw today? It looks like you've been doing a lot more anime studies lately, unless maybe I'm just not seeing everything you're posting. Let me tell you, I've been doing a lot more anime studies lately. Hey, thank you for the follow. Let me tell you something. I've been doing a lot of anime study. A Resident Evil flipbook, what? Do you have any like progress shots of that? So basically this illustration that we're doing right here, this Copic marker piece, we're just taking all the knowledge that we've studied this morning and just kind of mixing it all together and then making it very flashy using these Copic markers. So this is what I consider to be like kind of like the first pass, the flat gradients. And then we'll go in on a second Copic pass to add in some details and especially like the cast shadows, like that needs to get done on here too. And then I have a white jelly roll pen which we'll be using to add in like highlights. And then at the very end, after all the coloring, we'll go back in with a thicker multi-liner because you see how the lines here are really flat. There's no like line weight or any spot blacks at all. The very last step is we'll go in with a thicker multi-liner and really clean everything up, and it'll be like when it's done. For high school art class, that's cool. How many pages are you gonna do? You're doing a helmet sci-fi gladiator. Oh, sick. Are you pulling up any references for that? Like, what are you using as for the helmet or the sci-fi gladiator? What kinds of things are you using as reference? Are you basically taking existing gladiator helmets and just adding like, you know, like lines and like lights and stuff? You're trying to get a little more serious with animation, specifically traditional. So I've been doing a little studying of Trigger, of course. If there's any studio, right? Maybe today could just do a fantasy study with you. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, so far since we've only worked on armor, it's not like that deep into like fantasy yet. The next stage of this study stream, which is the orcs and the goblins and the gnomes, like that's gonna be like hardcore like fantasy nerd shit, right? So you came in at a good time. Also, I appreciate everyone's patience as I was learning the basics of armor. You think by now I would have done some kind of armor study, right? But I haven't, so you guys just had to deal with that while I was struggling to learn stuff. So you see how the gradient, or the way I'm shading it now, these gradients, it looks really flat, doesn't it? You're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess, like, the light source is his hand, so naturally, like, the further away you get, the darker it's gonna be. But, you know how, see how, like, it looks really boring, like, really flat? I'm gonna actually go in a couple of steps later, and we're gonna take the neutral gray, the darker neutral gray, like that I have here on the darkest area of his armor, and we're gonna be putting some of that, or applying some of that to the front here to make it look a little bit more reflective. Yeah. It's from Halo Infinite. You follow someone who reworks helmets, reimagining, just sketching something along those lines. Oh, it's at 30 right now. Yo, that I'm actually, I want to see, if you don't mind, Blank. I want to see what that looks like when it's done. I think that's fucking cool. Since I think Tim would be interested in that too, since he's getting more into animation. Honestly, we were gonna shade this using some warm grays, but I ran out of the warm gray ink that I wanted to use, so we are using neutral grays. I don't know why this is getting... I don't know why this is acting like it's all dried out. I just refilled it. Oh. Ugh, chisel tip. Ugh. Yeah. We were talking earlier about blending with alcohol markers, specifically with Copics. I'm actually blending backwards. Most people will blend from light to dark, which would actually require you to have every value along the way. So like if you wanted to, if you went from light to dark and you were building up from a lighter value, you would have to start from like 0 and then build it up to 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then eventually get to 4. If you go the other way around, you start with the dark colors and like you find your shadow. I think it's more effective too because it helps you like find and shape your shadows, and then you build onto the dark with light. I'm actually skipping every other value, which means that you're literally buying half as many markers. It's a strategy that I came up with when I didn't have money to buy a bunch of markers, and I was just like, I bet I could make this work with half the amount of markers. Don't let Copic hear me say that. I notice you are fasting. You're not a stranger to it, but I know it can hit everyone differently. What's the hardest thing fasting? For me, personally, you know, I have like an eating disorder. Like if you put like an 8-ball in front of me, and then you put like a donut in front of me, I'm gonna get the vapors for the donut. You know, like so for me, like almost detoxing from sugar for the first like 48 hours, first 50 hours for me, fucking hard. Like I'm having issues right now, dude. Like I'm having fucking issues right now. But once we get to like that third day, it's smooth. It's a wrap. But until then, I'm like, what about you? So I will be using some warm grays on the trim here. Just so everything isn't so like, so boring, right? Damn, why is the ink not feeding down into the brush to use the chisel tip? Do we have any Copic marker users? Do we have any Copic marker users here in the chat? Water, cigarettes, you see, dab. Yeah, man, if you're still on that shit, it's appetite suppressant, you know, but I mean, no, you don't understand. I'm using it for my health. I'm using it for my health so I don't get hungry, so I don't break my fast. You don't understand. Charcoal pencil. Oh, nice. Charcoal. It's been so long since I've worked with charcoal. Oh, you went that extra mile. You didn't just do 100, you did 101. Tim, have you seen Malcolm's weight loss? I'm putting your business out there. I have the microphone. So you're gonna listen to every damn word I have to say. So Tim, when you fast, what's like your method, or like what's your like what do you do? Are you doing water? Are you doing like juice fasting? Are you doing dry fast? Fucking Malcolm, you ever done a dry fast? Get the fuck out of here, dude. I can't. That shit is crazy. For Ramadan, do they do a dry fast for Ramadan? Or do they do a water fast? Dry. More power to him. I'm just saying, that's an entire culture of people that were just like, oh, whatever, fucking, this is dry fast, whatever, I don't give a shit. And I'm over here struggling. I'm like, oh, it's been like 1 day since I've had a donut. Like, oh, it's not continuous. It's just during the day, right? Oh, never mind. I thought it was continuous. Yeah, see, I don't know anything. Oh. Oh. So they just do intermittent fasting. I'm less impressed now. Got to make sure you get your salts, your electrolytes while you're water fasting. That's when you start getting when you run out of salts. That's when you start getting headaches and shit. Oh, see, Malcolm, that's the problem. I have no friends. You thought I was gonna say I was racist. No, I have no friends. No, so they just do intermittent fasting. I am thoroughly less impressed. That's just like working a day shift and then forgetting your lunch. God damn. 175 was the lowest I had gone at my current height. Not a good look. I can't imagine 156 looks like. All right, we'll use some warm grays on the trim here. I don't have a lot of options for colors for the I could use E13. Actually, imagine. All right, hold on. I gotta take the dogs out real quick. My wife just texted me. It looks like the dogs are whining. They need to go out for a walk. All right, everyone. I will be back. Give me like 10 minutes, all right? Okay, we've returned. I just had to go take care of my dogs. And now we're back. That might have been in the old fitness section. You know how I deleted the fitness section like twice? Health and wellness, rather. Oh yeah, so we were talking about what color trim to use on the armor. I think it'd be kind of boring to use a warm gray. So let's pick something else. Got all these colors at our disposal, and we're gonna stick with a boring ass warm gray. I'm thinking this. BG72, again, also one of my favorite colors, one of the best colors that Copic has. BG72. So, and that'll be cool because the shading that we're gonna use for like the cast shadow is gonna be like a purple color, so it'll be a compliment to this. Anyway, we're gonna use green because using a warm gray is fucking boring. What color do you plan on using for the fire? Oh, for the green. Like just based on like the armor design, I was thinking of like a necro energy, you know, like green, like death and now for the cape. What color for the cape? My brain is telling me purple. But it's probably gonna be red. Final Fantasy III vibes. I take that as a huge compliment. It's Final Fantasy III sick. Okay, as I'm gonna spout random Copic marker information, you can actually get different values using the same marker, and I'm sure this goes for not just alcohol markers, but probably any kind of marker. But like, once you let that first coat dry, if you go back in over it with a second coat of the exact same color, it's not just gonna be like a darker version of itself, you know, like it'll just, how do you say? So like if you have like a neutral gray 2 and then you let it dry and then you go back in, oh, like you let it dry for like 5 or 10 minutes and you come back over that with the neutral gray 2, and it's going to look like a 3 or a 4. So there's another workaround if you don't want to buy more markers. You know what I mean? Like there's another way. But if you decide to buy more markers, I recommend that you use my affiliate code at copicmarkers.com. It will give you 10% off your first purchase, and it gives your boy a little bit of a kickback. So if you're interested in supporting the stream, but you're also shopping for Copic markers already, so you may as well use my link. Or use my affiliate code at checkout. The most satisfying part about this is going to be when I go back in with the thicker multi-liner and clean up all the line work, add the line weight, and add in those spot blacks. That's always the most satisfying part. You put it in health and wellness. I'm glad that the Discord has been popping off pretty hard lately, and I appreciate everyone for hanging out in there. Damn, son. Very good job. Would you say you had, I don't know if we want to go as far as saying an eating disorder, but did you have trouble with food for most of your life? You know, there's this part of me where I don't like not having control over like my urges when it comes to food. But then I try and think of it from a different perspective where it's like, you know, my family thinks I'm fucking ridiculous for caring about that kind of stuff, right? Because they would always bring it up. They'd be like, well, you're just lucky to have food. And there's that part of me where I'm just like, yep, I totally get that. But I don't want to have diabetes when I get older. Yeah, I got diabetes like all over my family too. So I'm like high risk for that shit. How many pages filled so far? Not that many. Actually, in the sketchbook, we've only done like 8 pages in the sketchbook, but they were like study pages, so it's not like we were just filling in pages just to fill them in. We're breaking down a lot of stuff. Most of the time has gone towards this drawing though. Adding in white highlights at the end. Yeah, all the little touch-up work is the most satisfying part, right? Because it's crazy how the drawing, like, you see how it looks right now. It looks so, like, it's definitely, it's very bland right now. But then right at the end, when you start adding in those little touches, it all starts really falling together. It's so fucking satisfying. Like, I could fix the, I could add in the line weight now. And like the spot blacks and all that. We could do that now, but I intentionally wait till the end to do it because it's so, it's like, it's more satisfying to watch it all happen at one time. What do you use for your whites? I use the Sakura jelly roll, the white jelly roll pen. Pentel also has a big white out. It's made to like white out, you know, like words. It's called the Pentel Presto. Thing's a beast. Oh, hold on. My left, ever since the Yu-Gi-Oh drawing, my left trap has just been super tight. Doesn't matter how much I've massaged it out and I've stretched it and been doing a little bit of exercise with it just to get blood flowing. It's still just fucked up because when we were working on the Yu-Gi-Oh piece, this arm was getting tired because it was drawing, but this arm was stationary. Just, I have my little gamepad over here, this thing, with all my commands, and it was just like stationary like this the whole time. And it just got really tight, and it's just... Yeah, people switch to the jelly roll, or people use the jelly roll because it's really thin, and you can add in a lot of like, you can be more precise with it, basically. You know, I think that's why most people use it. Yeah, they never really tell you how to maintain the weight loss, huh? they, like it's anyone's responsibility. Welcome, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is a 24-hour study stream. This illustration that we're working on is for the first section of the study stream, which was armor. This is my first time actually doing hardcore, I don't know hardcore, but in-depth study on basic armor, like construction and components. And now that we're basically done with the study portion, we're doing this illustration, taking into account all like the little things that we learned today. And then after this, we'll do some orc studies. And then when we're done with the orc studies, we'll go ahead and do another Copic marker drawing for whatever it is that we learn with orcs. I don't know if there's going to be a lot, though, because aren't orcs, for the most part, just really big, buff humans that are a different color? What color for the inner part, like his pants and the dragon scale? I'm thinking we just take a cool gray. I need a better pen organization system. Here, hold. Give me a second. Let me go grab the inks that I need. I built a secondary desk in my office. I mainly built it so that my wife has a little station here where she could like bring her laptop and play games and watch movies and stuff while I work. We just kind of like being in the same room together. But until she gets in here and starts using it, that's my desk. Haven't had time to practice the piano, so I just put the piano aside. Sad day. Very sad day. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So I think the solution here will be I think the solution to the cape will be I'll use a cool gray for the like the cast shadows and the hard shading, but then I'll use this grayish lavender for the underside of the cape. Bots, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Follow because you're legit. So much so I'm going to unfollow every other artist to make a short list. You've raised the bar on my standards for how good art should be. I don't have the attention span for lesser quality. Oh, well, I appreciate that. You know, I did something similar to that to one of my friends. He's not an artist, but it was like he helps me out when I sell my artwork at like anime conventions, and I like describe to him, you know, different things about art. So he has some knowledge just by you know, being around me. So now he's just like, bro, I can't walk around the artist alley anymore because a lot of this is trash. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I appreciate that. Yeah, but hope you're having a good day. We're doing some fantasy art studies today. So today we did a deep dive on armor, and then after this we'll be working on orcs. C7 might be too aggressive. Dang it. We'll figure it out. With the colors, we'll figure all of this out. So as we're talking about topics or art subjects that you really should be practicing. For me, you know, I do have a list of things that I definitely am not good at, that I'm going to be making a point to make sure I stop lagging on and I start studying, right? So like fantasy and armor, and the same way how we tackled learning how to draw animals, right? Are there any topics for y'all here in the chat that you know you need to be practicing that you're maybe lagging on a little bit? And not something where you're just like, well, I'm working on it, but it's just taking a while to get good. I'm not talking about that. If you're working on it, then that's good. I'm talking about where you're like, right, here's a topic, and I'm just being lazy and I'm not working on it. perspective, you should work on it, but it's scary, so you procrastinate and do everything else. You're not doing it. Why is it scary though? I mean, you're just working by yourself. You know, you're in your own sketchbook. You're just at home. I hope the ink start moving soon. Let me fill this up a little bit more. I know this is going to be a very generic answer, but like, it's not, I know this is like such a stereotypical answer, but it's not failing. It's just learning something, because like fucking, you want to get good at anything, you're going to suck at it for a while, right? Like anything that you want to, anything, you're going to suck at it for a while. It's just, it's just how it is. So, you know, I hope you can kind of get past that eventually, and you know, work on that thing that you need to work on, and then you'll find the next thing that you need to work on, then the next thing. Damn it. What's with my pens today? Top 5 to learn. Faces, particularly expressions. Expressions are hard. You know what? I need to work on expressions. I haven't worked. It's been like years since I've done a hardcore study on expressions. I'm glad you brought that up. Warm, what's up? Give yourself a challenge to draw cars every day. Yeah, how's that? I used to, again, vehicles. I used to draw a lot of vehicles, but I've really lagged on that. Well, it's mainly because I put my focus on other things, other topics, but yeah, I used to draw a lot of vehicles, and I'm pretty sure if I tried to do that now, it would look really, really rough. Copic should send me some refills. They should, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it'd be cool if they could send me some refills, but instead they could send you guys 10% off on your first purchase if you use my affiliate code at checkout at copicmarkers.com. You keep drawing side perspective only and not studying perspective car design because I have to think too much what you're doing. Yeah, you know, it's because the curves on a car have to be so precise, like the body lines of a car. If you mess that up even just a little bit, it stops looking like that particular car. You know, because if y'all think about it, I don't know who here has ever looked at car design, but you know, I used to be an auto mechanic. But anyway, Like, what is the difference between like the profile shot of like a BMW and something like a Honda Accord? It is the body lines. It's the horizontal body lines. And if you start fucking that up just a little bit, it doesn't look like the car. You know, the way the windscreen tilts, like all that stuff. And when you start drawing that at like a 3/4 angle, it's hard to kind of eyeball that, you know. Extrajudicial because of you. Became accustomed to Control Z. Oh yeah, bad habit with Control Z. Even I use Control Z too much when I hop onto the digital. It's like too much power, right? Vehicles always ruin comic books and shows for you. If you're going to do something cartoony or even science fiction, okay, make it an emulation of something familiar or even outlandish. But if you're doing something that is supposed to be realistic, yeah. Here's a little trick. When it comes to automotive design, they are often designed to be seen from ground level because that's where most people will see them from. So if you have trouble drawing them from like a 3/4 angle above shot or something like that, or you're having trouble like lining up the hood to the trunk and having the top portion goes up, like getting all that to line up, you could do a pretty cinematic shot with the camera looking eye level to the car, so then you don't really have to worry about perspective top or bottom, and you can get away with that. If you look at a lot of Batmobile drawings, they're like that. They're seen from eye level, like from the car's eye level. A lot of Batmobile drawings are like that. So if you're trying to get, it's a workaround, but like you can do that if you really needed to. And like you could still make it look like that particular maker model, that model. These are little tips and tricks that I've picked up from various artists along the way. So I didn't come up with these things. These are things that I've learned through studying what other artists have done and studied and struggled with. All right, so these are not my words. These are just tips that I'm regurgitating to you, which means I'm not responsible for like whatever result you get following them. Hey, what's up? Parson, what's going on? Talking about when someone spends a lot of time on anatomy and perspective and then draw a gun that looks like an old... Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, but you know, that goes in the whole thing where it's like... we could use armor, for example. I've never done a deep dive into studying components of armor before today, and I've drawn a shit ton of characters with armor, and if I look back on it now, or if somebody who has a good eye for armor looks at that old stuff I drew, they'd probably be like, what the fuck is this? You know? So this is considered our first pass on this. Next, I will go back over it with BV23, one of my favorite colors. So this will add the shading. I'll figure out what to do with the cape afterwards. So this is what's called, this color is called grayish lavender. It's one of my favorite colors to use for shading areas. It's not very dark though, like value wise. It's maybe like a 5 on the value scale. So you can't really use this for a lot of stuff. But when you can, it looks so good. Just having that little bit of purple in there. Oh my god. Hey everybody, thank you for all the raids today. I appreciate it. We are currently working on an armor study, and this is the last portion of it. Once we finish this armor study, we're going to move on to study some orcs. BV23 is the color. Hope everyone's having a good start to their week. I don't have a BV25, so I can't answer that. Copic wants to send me one. That's cool too. So we're just gonna apply cast shadows right now, and then we'll go in and add some detail on the armor. So, welcome everybody. If anybody here is an artist, I do invite, or actually encourage everyone to share a link to just one of their socials where they share their, or you share your art, whether that's an art station or a DeviantArt or an Instagram. This is a 24-hour study stream, by the way. So we, this is very bright. Let me turn this down. Maybe you could see some more of the details. Eh. I like how she, thank you. Something like that. So we, after this, we're gonna go one more coat where we're gonna be adding, some details to the armor. And then, I'll go back in with, a multi-liner, a thicker multi-liner. Normally I like to use brush pens, the Pentel and Zig brush pens. That's my main tool. But it's a bit of a small paper, so, it's a little difficult to use the brush pen on here. We'll be adding in a lot of the, we'll be cleaning up a lot of the line art, adding in some line weight, and that will really bring the drawing together. So I want to just get to that point already because that's like the satisfying part. Plus I want to move on to the orcs now. I'm a little over this, the armor section of the study. Well, I hope you don't hang out in that dark place for too long. I was born in it. Molded by it. Ah, thank you for dropping the Instagram link. A lot of people are too shy to do that. I already got you on there though. Ooh, Olo Markers followed me and gave me a comment. Oh, we got a toasty in here. Yes, I appeared on an episode of Double Toasted back in 2017. No, 2016. Actually, 16 and 17, I think. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because I'm from California. I was in the area over there for a working an anime convention, and I decided to stop by. This is when they still had the studio. Well, Sammy is from my hometown, Fresno, California. Um, yeah, so he was just like, "Yo, dog, you gotta come through." It's like, all right, cool. I mean, he's never invited me onto the Mexcellence podcast or anything, but I mean, it's whatever, right? Like, nah, I went to Sunnyside. Is that how you found me? That's crazy. So it paid off. So you see how I'm just using this, this grayish lavender? It's just like a generic shading tool. It's light enough. Like I said, it's about a 5 on the value scale, right? It's light enough so that the colors underneath still shine through. So like the green that's underneath is coming through. And you won't be able to see it that well through the camera because of, the light that I have is really washing out a lot of the work we're doing here. But I'll post it up in the Discord and you'll be able to see all the little details. And you'll be able to see why it's one of my favorite colors. You want to live in California so bad? A lot of locals here will tell you not to just because of the cost of living. But I mean, like, some people, you just want to live somewhere else, right? Like, I have a friend, we do conventions together. Well, not like together, but we both work conventions. And he wants to move to Hawaii, even though his original plan was to move to Texas just because of cost of living. But then one day we had the conversation. He was just like, "Man, I want to move to Hawaii, but like it's too expensive." I was just like, "Dude, if you make enough money to live there, and that's what you want to do, then you should fucking do it. Like, who cares? Like, so you want to go to California? Don't let anyone talk you out of it. You're gonna hear a lot of people try and talk you out of it just because of cost of living. But in my eyes, I'm like, look, if you could afford it, go fucking live where you want to live. You could always leave." Also, big shout outs to everyone who supported that Yu-Gi-Oh drawing that we were working on. For anyone who's new here, for the past, up until like last Monday, we had spent like weeks working on this giant Yu-Gi-Oh drawing, and it was just like we were streaming for like 18 hours a day. It was fucking like non-stop. It felt like it was never gonna end. I've done bigger projects than that, but it just felt like it was taking so long to finish. And a lot of you were lurking because those were like silent streams. I turned the mic off so I could focus on work, but a lot of you still tuned in and subbed and all that stuff, so I appreciate that. I'm in California. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when people talk about, like, the only reason people give for not moving to California, they're like, you shouldn't do it, is cost of living. And that is a very fair thing to say, as somebody who's actually going to be moving out of California later this year because cost of living. But like, you know, it's just, if you want to do it and you want to experience it, fucking cares? You just do it, you know? You're gonna do your whole life and be like, yeah, you know, I could have moved to I could have at least lived in California for a little bit, but I decided not to because I was worried about cost of living, you know? Like, be on your fucking deathbed and be like, oh, remember when we could have lived in California? Yeah, but I mean, like, I appreciate what I'm saying, Hedgehog, is that, like, I know that I wasn't talking during, like, those streams. I wasn't really providing that much or any kind of entertainment or education. It was just me working, you know? But so I still think it's just really cool that despite all that, you know, a lot of you were still lurking and supporting. That's what I mean. Like, that's fucking cool. Okay, so we are just finishing up the little bits of shading here, and then we're gonna do one more pass and just add in some details, mostly to make the armor look a little bit shinier. See, now it almost looks like I guess a brushed aluminum. It's very like bland. We're gonna add in a little bit of work in there to make it look a little bit more reflective, and then we get to go in with the blacks and really make it pop. And let me finish coloring this section in, and then I'll get back to the chat. Okay, I'm coming back to the chat. I gotta refill this pen. Having a what if for the rest of your life is not fun. Might as well try. To be fair, watching you draw is entertaining and informative. Oh, thank you. Give me a second. In about 9 minutes, I have to go take care of something, so I'm still gonna be here. I just need to move some stuff around in the office because once my wife clocks out of work, she's actually gonna come hang out here with us. Not on stream. She's gonna chill here. I have a section of the office that's dedicated for her to just chill. So let me move some stuff around for her, and then I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. Elephant, give me a second. I will answer that question. Just let me take care of this. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we're back. So Elephant is saying a problem I always have with my art isn't what you think. I always feel like art isn't social enough. What would you suggest to an artist who has difficulty making art alone? Is it just not for me? Art, like art is just it's just like anything else. Some people like to just play basketball by themselves. Some people like to play on a team. If you are a social kind of person, I would say figure out a way to start live streaming your artwork. Or I mean, like, not every place has this available, but like local communities sometimes have like meetups or life drawing courses. If a local college has like an art class, you can go there just to be around other artists, you know. But if you don't want to do any of that and you prefer to just do stuff from your home, live streaming, I think, is the way. I don't know, like a lot of the people who know me through my YouTube videos, conventions, and more recently here on Twitch. And this is kind of how I do interact with other artists. Like, look, I'm interacting with a bunch of y'all right now, right? And, you know, I'm just streaming my sketchbook studies and my, you know, like, I'm just streaming this stuff with y'all. It's stuff that I would be doing anyway. So I think if you are the kind of person who likes to be social, you can make your art more social. You don't have to be by yourself when you work. There's no like hard rule when it comes to like pretty much any craft, but let's talk specifically art. There's no like fucking hard rule to it. You can do whatever you want. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I have to refill my purple, my grayish lavender, and then we'll take another pass onto the armor to make it look just slightly more reflective. Yeah, and if you do start streaming, I dropped a link to the Discord into the chat. If you can't see it in the chat that you're in, because we have a couple of chats going on, in the description of the video, you can hop into the Discord. That's another way you can kind of interact with people with your artwork, because in my Discord specifically, we have a section there where you could share like work in progress stuff, or Just if you have questions about your art, you can get critiques. There's a section there about art business if you're interested in that kind of stuff. But I also have a section of self-promotion. So if you do end up live streaming your artwork, like you end up making a Twitch or a YouTube live or something like that, feel free to just drop your stuff there and like promo yourself there, and you can get a good boost of followers straight from the beginning, and it'll kind of help you out a little bit. All right, we are refilling my purple or my grayish lavender. I'm gonna put a little bit of detail into the armor to make it look a little glossy, and then or reflective rather, and then from there we'll hit it with the spot blacks or the black line art, and we gotta do the cape. God damn it! You found it very difficult to find artists you can be good friends with. It gets hard when people have sets of friends they have known for a long time. Oh. That's just called being an adult. That's just being an adult. Like, it's hard to find new people, right? It's just hard to find new people to add to like a circle. Like if it's a circle of friends, no. Like, how do you enter an existing circle of friends that have been together for like a decade? You know what I mean? I don't actually have a lot of artist friends. I have a lot of artist colleagues. I do have some artist friends, but I don't have them like in person. I have a lot of artist colleagues that I've met at like conventions. One of the things that really helps me with my artwork, I'm not gonna lie, like all my close friends, we met through Yu-Gi-Oh! Like we're all duelists. All my really close friends and my wife, none of them are artists. So when I am trying out new ideas, I actually listen to them a little bit more than I listen to my artist friends, because they can give me like an unbiased, what's the word? They can give me like, because when you're an artist, you have the eye and it's always on, right? So when I ask them for like what they think of something that I'm working on, they can give me a response that an artist would literally not be able to give me just because they're an artist, you know? So even if you don't have a lot of artist friends, do not disregard your non-artist people around you, because they could be pretty useful. Unfiltered, I get, that's the kind of, kid, that was the word I think I was going for, but I was gonna use the word untainted. Because once you start learning about art and you can start seeing things, you can never unsee it. Like, you can't turn it off, right? Versus if you ask like the layman, they'll be able to they'll tell you what's up, you know? So while it's nice to have some art friends, it's hard to find new friends in general as an adult, but at the same time, do not disregard the advice or opinions of the non-artists around you. Because ultimately, the non-artists around you have more in common with your customers than your artist friends ever will. Because most of your customers and clients are going to be non-artists. Just remember that. Oh yeah, there's that too. Yeah. That if it helps you to get like external praise from your art, and let's face it, we all like that, right? But not everyone needs it, but I mean it's always nice, right? You know, there's that part too. Yeah. So I mean, while it's good and useful to have a lot of artists around you as like a resource. I don't know, man. Like, I don't have any like daily art friends who I talk to. You know, like y'all here. Like my artist friends, we hang out at conventions when we're selling our art, but we rarely even talk about art. We talk about business when we're there. So y'all here are like the closest things I have to like artist friends, you know. So I think my point is I don't think you need them. Fuck them, you don't need them. Yeah, I'm one of those people where when it comes time to work, you don't talk to me. But when it comes time to play, also don't talk to me because we're gonna play hella hard. That's what it is. Yeah, I used to yeah, I used to try and do that whole weird balance where I was just like, well, I can work, but I could turn it on and turn it off kind of at will whenever I want, and you know, like be like, I'll work a little bit, but then I'll hang out a little bit. I can't do that. Like I've come to the realization, I'm like, look, if I'm gonna work, I'm gonna work 100%. Nobody interrupt me. Don't, you know. But when it comes time to like relax, I'm just like 100%. Like I don't bring my sketchbook with me anymore when I'm hanging out with people. Like I used to bring it with me if I would go to like dinner or something with my wife, and like I'll just always be on. Um, yeah, but I've kind of grown, kind of past all that. I used to be very enamored by, and this is my early artist years. I used to be very enamored by artists who would carry their art, their sketchbook literally everywhere with them, like literally all the time. And I do that when I'm like traveling by myself. You know, I do a lot of people drawing and stuff because you know there's just nobody around me, so it's fucking whatever. But I used to see, and I'm not gonna drop any names. I used to see like posts of people. They'd be at like dinner with their like their significant other. They'd be like at a family function, and they just drew. They're like, yeah, I sketched this while I'm out with my family. And I used to think, man, how did that? How'd you? Like, how did you manage to get all that done and hang out with your family at the same time? Because it's bullshit for a lot of them. I hate to say this. Most of the Inktober stuff or most of the sketchbook stuff that you see online, it's all fake. Like, people will do it beforehand. It's like, you didn't sketch that when you were there with your family, son. You fucking did that at home, and then you brought your sketchbook with you, and then you went to go see your family, and then you took pictures with your family and your sketchbook to make it seem, you know what I mean? Like, anyway, that's like a little side note. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Let me see if my wife wants to move into the office. Yeah. I don't like social media. The only reason I even have a Facebook account is because of my artwork. Blank. What, do you know what? Blank. Exactly. You right on the nose. Exactly. Working while trying to have fun is like using your phone at a movie. Holy shit. I'm gonna steal that from you. Now, like when you're by yourself, like again, I travel a lot for work, for conventions, right? When I'm by myself, yeah, I got my sketchbook on me all the fucking time because I'm away for work and I'm there to I'm at the airport and nobody's around me. I'm studying, you know, like it's fine. That's different. We talking about these people who are like, yeah, I got 5 kids, 3 wives, 2 houses, and like I filled up 20 sketchbooks yesterday while I was like, you know, I'm like, anyway, I bring that up because I would like I assume that I always assume that there are newer artists or artists who are just getting started. Every stream that I have, I assume that somebody lurking is new to the game. Social media is good for only a couple of things: to promote your work and to get reference pictures or resources. Everything else. Thank you, Wonder. I appreciate you coming through. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, we spent a little bit more time of the armor portion of this 24-hour study than I anticipated. Mainly because you guys brought up some really good topics. But yeah, so we'll finish coloring the cape, and then, like I said, we'll clean up the line work, and then we'll add in the spot blacks. We'll add in some line weight, and that's gonna really make everything pop. Because you know how everything looks kind of flat right now? Just wait. Just wait. So I don't know who I will be in San Jose this weekend for Fanime Con. I have an artist alley table at Fanime. I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't sold at Fanime since 2019. Oh no, we're running out of ink. But I can't stop coloring because if we stop coloring, it's gonna dry. And if we try and restart, it'll show up as a different color. We just have to hope that we have enough juice in here to cover, to cover this area. I knew I should have filled it up more before we started this big section. My bad. Y'all got me distracted. I'll have to refill this this marker and then do another coat because it's looking really streaky, really uneven because I'm running out of ink. We talked about Copic streaking earlier in the stream, and this is literally what I told you not to do. Don't start a big area unless you know your pen is fully inked up. Don't do that. Do as I say, not as I do. So, all right, we'll go ahead and let that dry. I'll top off my marker and then we'll do another coat on the the cape. All right, so let's refill this pen 100%, and then we'll do another pass on the cape so it doesn't look so streaky. So in the span of 8.5 hours, which is really long, we went from knowing nothing about the general components of armor to pretty much memorizing all of them and being able to kind of design our own. So I think, if we spent a few more days or weeks specifically just on armor, I bet we could come up with some fucking crazy designs. But we have other things that we need to study, so... That should be enough. That's a lot of ink. The cape on the right side with that teal could be extended more vertically. Oh, you're talking about have the teal go a little higher? Yeah, well, it's too late. I see what you're saying. We'll make it work when we get in there with the blacks. My wife is feeling a little nauseated right now, so she may not be joining us here on the stream. Which means I get to use that desk for the remainder of the day. There we go. See? Much nicer once the pen is fully loaded. Yeah, Copic markers are very fancy. I know that there's kind of a movement against them right now, just because costs for them have gone up when COVID happened, because they come from Japan. So there's a whole thing about the distribution of them, distribution costs for the company, and then they naturally push that cost down to their customers, so Copic markers, alcohol markers in general are pretty expensive, but Copic markers are pretty pricey, which is all the more reason why you should totally use my affiliate code when you check out at copicmarker.com. It'll give you 10% off your first purchase, and it gives your boy a little bit of a kickback. So if you want to support the stream and you're already buying the Copics, you should use that. You should use that code at checkout. All right, let's get in there. I don't think I'm gonna use the Copic multi. Actually, yeah. Hold on. Copic multiliner 03 because we're using 01 to do the flat lines. We'll move up to 03. And then we might move up to a brush pen after that. That's too thin. Let's go ahead and just jump to a 05. Fuck all that. So I don't have Copic 05, but I do have a different brand here, 05. I have the Zig Mangaka, which somebody sent me. Thank you very much. Let's get this sketchbook the fuck out of the way. And once we finish this, I have to turn down my studio lights a little bit. My eyes are starting to do that double vision thing because it's just so fucking bright in here. Yo, thanks for the the sub. Oh. I see, I didn't know about all that. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into this stuff that I am not educated about enough to make bold statements where people are like, boycott this, boycott that. It's like, dude, I don't fucking know like what's going on with this. Like, I'm just here to draw. Yeah. See, little bits of line weight here and there, and then we'll be applying some spot blacks to really make the colors pop. Especially when you're using lighter colors like this. What's the darkest value we have on here? A 5, right? 4 and a 5 is the darkest values we have here. So to put like blacks up against it, oh, make it pop. Just bonk my head on the mic. I'm unfamiliar, but regardless, somebody died. That's fucking sucks. Now, one of the reasons we stopped doing so many 24-hour streams, because we used to do quite a few of them. Like, it used to be like a really regular thing. Like, I don't think it was like 2 or 3 times a month we used to do these. My eyes were starting to take a lot of damage. Thankfully, my studio lights that I have now, I have Elgato key lights, so they're LEDs, and I used to use bulb, regular, you know, bulb lights, right? So while these LEDs I have are a lot softer on the eyes, it's still very bright in here, so my eyes are definitely taking a little bit of a hit. We still have a lot of streamage to get through today anyway, so once we're done with this drawing, I'm actually going to crank the lights down just a little bit. And we'll see if we can adjust the camera to compensate for the lower light. So the next stage of this 24-hour stream, after we finish this, is going to be we're going to be studying orcs, because this is a fantasy study stream. I just want to start off doing armor, because I never studied armor before, so I feel like we learned quite a bit today. Actually happy with the knowledge that we walked away with today, so that'll be really cool. While I can't remember all the different names of the components or the different armor pieces, I could remember them and I remember what they do, and I remember what they look like, and I remember how they interact with each other. So I essentially have added like a new tool to my, to my arsenal. I've added something very practical, in my opinion, like armor. Very practical to my visual library. So that's a big win for me, in my opinion. And then when we do the orcs, that'll be cool too. It'd be nice to have them in the visual library as well. Tim says there was quite a bit of fantasy armor in the Yu-Gi-Oh piece. Not that much. There were definitely some, but not a lot. I mean, there are a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards and monsters that do have like fantasy inspired armor, just not in that particular drawing that I did. I could think of like maybe 3 or 4. Oh, absolutely. They had to, of course. Everyone took inspiration from Magic. To some degree. You know, a lot of the earlier Yu-Gi-Oh cards, anyway, they look a lot more like, they look a lot more like traditional trading card, fantasy style artwork, right? But then, as the anime evolved, the card art started to look a lot more like anime. More into that Yu-Gi-Oh house style. It's really popping. We're talking about adding the black lines, right? Or we're talking about the music is popping. You know, with the glare from the light above, I don't. Hopefully, you guys are able to see the difference of just darkening the lines and then adding some line weight in certain spots. How much of a difference that makes, even though like I'm not like adding extra lines. You know, I'm not changing the colors that are already on there. Just, you know, knowing how to use line work can just make such a world of difference. Line weight, actually see where it goes, but we have trouble following the logic. Okay. There are some guidelines that you can follow when it comes to using line weight. But I'm not gonna lie, honestly, it's all kind of bullshit. Once you've done it for a while, you can start to kind of eyeball it and to be like, okay, well, it'll look nice here. It'll look nice there, like it'll... Like, especially when you're able to use line weight to make two, like, perpendicular lines interact with each other really well. Like, I could do like a whole fucking live stream on just line weight. Whole, like, tutorial on just that. But there are some basic guidelines to get started with them. Oh, it's, like, too complicated for me to, like, abridge right here. But yeah, you could see how just cleaning up the line weight could really take your drawing to another level just by applying just a little bit of that line weight magic. My first resource on trying to understand line weight actually came from Yu-Gi-Oh! Particularly Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters episode 134 and 177. Actually, I think 134 definitely has like really, really fucking good use of line weight that you can study from. But I guess it's hard to study from it when you don't really know what you're looking at, right? Like what to look for. And it sucks that I suck at teaching. Oh, geez. Yeah, I keep the VODs up. Yeah. Yeah, observation. But you know, like observation and practice, because like a lot of you look at a lot of my early stuff when I was trying to apply line weight, some of it didn't really look very good. Like it was just like, oh, random lines are just really thick, and it didn't really make anything pop. Like it didn't add a lot. What? Okay, so it's really hard to try and like break it all down this quickly, but one of the best uses of line weight is to accentuate a rounded edge or a sharp edge. So like instead of just having that or that, you can go have it a little bit thicker right at the curve, right? Or right where the lines meet. You could also use thicker line weight for something that you want like closer to the camera. That's a easy way to represent that something is closer, because like if you assume all the lines, like if you're visually looking at all the lines, you're like, well, if the lines are all kind of the same weight when you're looking at them, then if it's thicker, that means it's closer to me. You know what I mean? Because it's bigger, because it's closer to me. How did you get from sketching in the skeleton and mannequin from the characters to drawing quickly like this, and also changing the pose? Well, I'll answer that pose thing first. Poses just come from doing a lot of gesture practice. Gesture work, as in like, you can find references. Proco, you know Proco on YouTube, he has a good video. I don't know if it's still free or if it's still up because it's really old, on how to look for line of action. Like, so he's just like, it was like a video on how to gesture draw, because like anyone could just pull up, you could just pull up poses and just copy that pose, but if you don't know what you're looking for, then you're just copying something without really paying attention. He talks about how to find the line of action in a character. So the way you can do it is he'll teach you how to find the line of action in a character or in a pose, and then you'll use reference pictures and then try and identify the line of action, and then from there you could kind of build the mannequin or the proportions on top of that line of action, and then eventually you'll get good enough so that you can do it the other way around, where you start with a line of action, like you create the line of action, and then you start building around it. Yeah, Dot, it's exactly like, that's why earlier I said line weight is kind of shenanigans. Like there are some general guidelines on how to use it effectively, but like everyone uses it differently. And at the end of the day, one thing I've realized is, as long as it looks good at the, when it's all said and done, as long as it looks good. Now, what does look good mean? I don't know. It's like, how some things are just more visually appealing than other things for some fucking reason to like the human eye. Again, not a teacher here. That's my very scientific explanation. Oh, so you're talking about in the sketchbook? I'm not. Well, I am visually using line of action. So if we can go back, I am here. So here's oh, there's some empty pages here. So we were doing some studies the other day where I was looking at an artist who I really like, and I was looking at the characters, how he poses his characters, and we were looking at these still shots from Yu-Gi-Oh, from anime, and I was identifying the line of action in those. So even today, I'm still paying attention to that stuff. This was just like 2 days ago. But I'm at a point where I've sketched so much. It's a shit ton of trial and error, yeah. I'm at a point where I've sketched so much. You know, like we mentioned before, it's like when you're tying your shoe. When you first started tying your shoe as a kid, or an adult, you you know, you have to kind of like mumble to yourself or you sing a little song or something to remember how to do the shoe tie. Then you do it a couple thousand times and eventually you're just like, whatever, I just tied my shoe. I don't even think about it. That's how it is to me. I don't really think about it too much. It comes from repetition, and in that repetition there's a shit ton of trial and error. It's the same thing with line weight. I've done it so much that it's like second nature to me now. I don't think about it. Like when I start doing this phase of the drawing where I'm adding line weight and I'm cleaning it up, I like look and I already know where it's gonna go, and I don't even like I can't even like describe like what's going through my head. Probably should have used this pen. This is way better. Well, this would have been way faster if I used this pen. Next time. Yeah, I definitely could. If I were so inclined. Hold on, my wife is calling me. She needs help with something. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. I just had to take care of something real quick. I had to help my wife with something. So the question is, do I paint at all? I have painted. I have. I actually have I have huge respect for watercolorists. Yeah, if you've hung out around the streams, you know that I really, really love watercolor. Even though I don't do it. Could you at this point make a new habit or a different way of tying your shoe? Yes, I could. I'm always open to trying new methods or new ways to get to a particular outcome. But it's just kind of like... I seem to have found the most efficient way. I mean, like, not universally, but like for the way I like to work, I guess, for my workflow. So I'm always trying new things, but they're always, I don't want to say inferior, but they're never as good or as efficient as like what I currently do. And that might be just because I'm so used to doing things the way I do now that like if I do something new, it's slower. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, I'm always open to trying things, and I'm always trying things, but even when I do them, I'm just like, my other way is faster, and it's like, it's faster, it's easier, and I get the same or better results, so I'm just gonna go back to what I know. So what does everyone here in the chat, what do you have problems with your art? It could be anything. It could be a technical thing. It could be like a subject maybe you need help with. What's something that you find you have trouble with? It could be like, oh, I have trouble drawing hands. I have trouble drawing things in perspective or rotating things in free space. Or it could be like, oh, I get distracted really fucking easy. Squirrel. Color. Ooh, color is scary. I low-key have been doing a lot of color studies off stream on my own. Because I am at a place now where I'm very confident in pretty much everything that I do. I'm not saying I'm like a master, but I'm pretty confident in everything that I do. So I want to add color. Like imagine if I got super fucking good at coloring. Yeah, so anyway, that color is actually something I've been working with for the past few months on my own. And I have some projects, a couple of them are NDA, where I am applying that color knowledge, but I can't talk about it or show it until I'm legally allowed to. I think your main problem is having the time. Time. The mortal enemy. Immortal enemy, actually. I try to draw at least 2 hours every day. That's good. That's a lot of time. You exhaust a subject pretty quick if you're not having fun. Yeah, that's why just draw what you enjoy. Unless you for sure are like, I need to get better at this one thing, right? Unless you're at that point. I don't know, like, if you're hell-bent on getting good at, like, one specific thing, I don't really see, or like, unless you're getting paid for it, I don't really see the point in practicing something that you are not interested in. Because, think of it this way, you're never going to know everything. You're never going to know how to draw everything. So it's not like your job is ever going to be done, right? Like, all of us here are eventually gonna die with unfinished stuff to study. Let that sink in. So my point is, I don't really get why you feel so much pressure to practice something that you're not enjoying. Can't get my arm right. Man, you be thinking too much. Let's make this arm a little thicker. Y'all don't pay me to think. In fact, most of you don't pay me at all. Ooh, I thought of a good analogy. All right, so we're talking about line of action, right? You know how you're like, it doesn't look like you're using line of action. I am. Like, Mentally, I am, okay? So here's the thing. Okay, I'm so clever. You don't need to show your work for 2 plus 2 because you know the answer's 4, right? Boom. Took me half an hour to it took me half an hour to think of that, but I did it. Pretty much, right? All right, one last thing. Oh no. One last thing, then this thing's fucking finally done. The brush pen.
ゲームの歴史、それははるか5000年の昔、古代エジプトにまで遡るという。古代におけるゲームは 人間や王の未来を予言し運命を決める魔術的な儀式であった。それらは闇のゲームと呼ばれた。今千年パズルを解き闇のゲームを受け継いだ少年がいた。光と闇、二つの心を持つ少年。人は彼を遊戯王と呼ぶ。
読み切れない雑誌のページ、読まなくちゃいけない気になるよ。部屋の隅積まれたゲームソフト、やらなくちゃ意味がないのかな。
It's adding a little bit of shine to it. There you go. That's not bad, right? That wasn't too painful to get that done. I mean, it took a lot longer than I thought. But so you get really good with your line weight and your spot blacks. Look how much of a difference it makes in the metal. Just by being able to kind of eyeball where to put those black marks. This is a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card. Whoa, welcome. I just hopped into the Discord. Wow, that's a lot of people. Welcome. All right, well, we got to turn down this we got to turn down this lamp. It's hurting my eyes. And then I'll adjust the camera, compensate for the lower light. Oh, thank God. That's so much better. That might actually even just look better on camera. Oh, much better. We could add spot blacks to the cape, but nah. but nah. All right, you guys ready to head back to the sketchbook? The next portion is we're going to be studying some orcs, and then eventually, once we get the design of orcs down, we're going to draw orcs with armor. Okay, so when we started this stream, that was the extent of my armor knowledge. Let me clean up my workstation just a little bit. Okay. Welcome to the second portion of today's 24-hour stream. We have moved from armor studies. We are moving on to orcs. Orcs way simpler than much more simple than armor. So I think for this next portion, we're going to... We're gonna do orcs. I don't know, there's some big orcs. They have some that are more like goblin-like. And they have some... hold on. The references that I pulled up... See, I don't know how intensive this is going to be because they're kind of humanoid other than like the face. Dog was knocking on my door. I think it limits... Hold on, there's something wrong with the YouTube stream. Anyway. Okay, cool. All right. So the things I'm looking up here with the orcs, there's some really humanoid ones here. Maybe we should go into gnomes. All right. Yeah, we're gonna move on to... I think we're gonna skip orcs and go straight to gnomes, probably. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna skip orcs because all the reference pictures I have of orcs are just kind of humanoid. Gnomes are fun, though. I think we were using a 06 last time. So Tim says, got you thinking about it again? Are we talking about like studying? Pretty much Kim Jong-un, dude was snorting something. So yeah, it looks like a lot of these other creatures we have here are very humanoid. So a lot of these creatures that we have, like I have elves, fairies, orcs, and gnomes, and they're all pretty humanoid. But I guess we'll just stick with the gnomes because they're like the least, like straight up human. Hey, what's going on? You know what sucks? The YouTube stream will cut off at 12 hours. It's working on print designs for a con. What con you got? Hey, I'll be at Animate. That's it's their second year, right? Oh, it's their first. Oh shit! I thought it was the second year. Boy, rolling the dice with these first year shows. I've always wanted to do a Galaxy Con. So from what I see, it almost looks like gnomes are four warheads. I hope that you know what? It sucks. I really hope the Yu-Gi-Oh print comes in on time on for Fanime this weekend, but I don't think it will. Well, what's the print that you're working on? Oh, this intro sucks. We're listening to different Yu-Gi-Oh intros. This one sucks. We're just gonna do a little observation on the gnomes and maybe get a head count on them. It looks like 4. the knee, the belly button. Halfway down the third one, looks like that's where the groin is. Halfway through the second one, looks like the center of the chest. I was gonna say nipple, but I can't do that here. So, y'all know I've been working on this. I've been on a water fast for, what are we at, like 35 hours or some shit? I've been ripping into my vape like a crazy person, man. And then chugging water, fucking... And I'm like really feeling it, man. The lack of sugar. I've drank like 2 gallons today. Ripping into my vape like a crazy person. Once we get to 50 hours, it'll kind of calm down. Hopefully we'll get there. Or hopefully I can make it through till then. Especially with this stream. Trigun. Legend of Zelda. Oh, I just got the email. My bad. I've been keeping an eye on my emails from the place that I ordered my Yu-Gi-Oh prints from. Actually, I ordered the Yu-Gi-Oh and the new Overwatch print, the updated Overwatch. It says that my order has been shipped. It's coming from Oregon. It's gonna be really fucking close. Whether or not it gets here in time for Fanime. But gets here on time. My bad, I'm distracted. I'm trying to keep track of this this order that I placed for some prints for a convention. So you said that was your first con. How did you feel about it? Well, clearly you must have had a decent to good experience if you're doing another con. Nice. To make profit on your first show, that's really good. I lost money on my first like 4 shows. Yeah, Artist Alley's like a different beast now. There's I feel like there's more money in the artist alley than there ever has been. We were worried about others not liking your stuff, but it was a nice surprise. Well, congrats on that. Yeah. I hope Animate goes well. The reason I signed up for it, like I thought it was the second year, but the reason I signed up for it was it's run by GalaxyCon, and I'm just like, you know what? GalaxyCon knows what they're doing. I'm down. Plus, I was trying to fill my schedule. So other than Animate, what other shows do you have this year? I am drawing this from reference right now, by the way, because like I said, we're doing studies, so the first like couple pages we do are going to be pure reference, and then we'll branch off and kind of do our own thing. What the hell happened? Why's my stream lagging so bad? Alright, hold on. What's going on? I guess you can't really tell if it's lagging on your end because it's moving so slow. I'm dropping like hella frames right now. Anyway. So I'm trying to see similarities in gnome design, and I don't know. I might be at a point where I can freestyle a gnome like right now, like right fucking now. Let's do it. Let's turn the reference off and just fucking do it. We'll come back to this page to do more sketches, but right here, well, let's try and freestyle one. Oh, never mind. Gnomes, excuse you. Yeah, my bad. We're still dropping frames. What the fuck is going on? Do I look okay to you guys? What? I don't pay this much for internet for it to fucking... Looks good? Okay, I don't know. I'm up like hella frames. Got like 9,000 frames. Well, the previous section, we did armor stuff. We did armor studies. So we're just hopping into the gnome section. It's just, there's so many different variations on gnomes. And to me, it almost seems like the only thing I've noticed, because the designs vary so much, is a beard, which I don't think that's necessary, but I mean, you want it to look like a gnome, you give it a beard. The pointy hat, and it's 4 heads. That's what I've been able to determine so far. So 1, 2, the center is the belly button, 3, the knee. So basically bottom of the chin, belly button, and knee. That's kind of all I've been able to come up with for the gnomes. This section might be pretty quick. So, okay, what fantasy topic would you like to see next? Since this is a community channel points thing, which by the way, we have a community channel points challenge going on right now. It needs the hat, right? It needs the hat. We decided not to do dragons because I'm just kind of like, dragons are really, really their own thing. Like, I feel like we could do a whole live stream just on dragons. All right, we'll just stick. You can go ahead and keep throwing up suggestions in case something catches my eye, if you want. We'll stick to gnomes for now, and then we'll see if we can, I don't know, get the look of a gnome. That's a gnome right there, right? As long as we keep the proportions right. Well, a gnome in armor. Slimes. Slimes might be fun. I mean, it'd be quick, but that'd be fun, right? All right, let's do the gnomes, and then we'll do slimes. I have fairies on my list, but like, what is a fairy? It's just a person with wings. Like, honestly, like design-wise, it's just a person with wings. Like, you put butterfly wings on a person, and they're a fairy. Like, a gnome. We're gonna go with gnome. Imp, huh? Let me see. Yo, I like that. We'll do imps. After this, we'll do imps. A good suggestion. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. But we'll do a couple of these first. I also have a reference of there's a gnome I have here where the beard starts like at his chin. Like that. So here's the thing. Once we get to 11 and a half hours, I'm gonna like... No, this is ink. No, we only practice in ink. Because pencil will smear. Yeah, so the first portion of the stream we worked on studying armor, and then we took everything we learned and I ended up sketching this. Oh yeah, the shape of it. Yeah, it's pretty fine on the edge, right? Yeah. It does look like a pencil. They look like Santa Claus. Neighbors' kids are being really loud. No, don't run out of ink on me. Damn it. Yeah, so YouTube will cut off, I mean, assuming we're streaming on YouTube, which we're not. Wink wink. YouTube cuts off the stream at 12 hours, and also my Premiere Pro can only import a VOD that's 12 hours long. So instead of having a single 24-hour stream, we're going to do two 11.5s, I guess, or two 1150s or something like that. Basically, we can't let it get to 12, is the point. So once we get to that point, we're like 11:30 or something, because right now we're at 10 hours and 45 minutes. Once we get to like 11.5, I'm going to have to turn the stream off really quick, turn it right back on. All right, so I have to turn it off for like, I think like 30 seconds, and then have to come back on. I know this is gonna suck. We're gonna drop, like, all of our viewers are gonna go away, but we have to. Is it rainy? I'm going crazy. Gnomes are boring. We're going to imps. So I see that there's not really a, you know, these are fantasy creatures, so there's not like a definitive design for them, right? General design. I gotta say goodbye to my pen. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really tired. For those who don't know, I've been on a water fast for like, God, how the fucking long we've been on now? Like, I gotta check. I'm over 35 hours probably, and it gets easier at around 50, but I'm feeling really worn. We're not gonna end the stream. I need to take a couple minutes. How's everyone doing? Oh, Jesus. Ah. All right, we're gonna take a couple minute break. I am, my bad, guys. Just gonna take a couple minute break. I'm not going anywhere. We can take that break right here. Whew. Oh, okay. My bad, guys. We're taking a little break right now. So we did armor, we did gnomes, and now we're gonna work on imps. I think once we get the design for imps down, we'll do a illustration with both that include an imp and a gnome, like fighting. That'll be fun, right? You can do that. So, does anyone have any art questions? Since we're taking a break right now, does anyone have any art questions? Ooh. The question is, how did you go about learning color and color theory? So, straight up, I'm not that strong with colors. I'm really not. I have like a basic understanding of colors. I focus a lot more on values than I do colors, like just 100%. But my understanding of color theory all comes from like just the basic tutorials you'll find online. I do I am a big fan of cinematography, movie making, and I do often look at color palettes that are being used in movies, and I try to memorize those and apply them to like when I draw something. If I do end up coloring something, which isn't often. Um, so I think watching how movies are color graded um, to get their palettes are an interesting way to practice color in like a functional way, in like a way that you're gonna hey, thank you for the follow. Values as in values refers to how light or how dark something is. So let me pull up something for you. So if you Google search, I'm not going to copy paste it, but if you Google image search rather, art value scale. art value scale, you're going to be able to see what we're talking about. It talks about how the difference between how light and how dark something is. So one of the reasons you see me use grayscale Copics, one of the reasons you see me use grayscale Copics a lot is because all of these are marked based on their value. So you see there's a C1, C2, C4, C5, right? So that is telling me like the level of dark that it is essentially. And that lets me kind of make sure that my shadows are looking good, like that it's all consistent. That's why I work with grayscales a lot, because I focus a lot more on that than I do colors. But with colors, I have basic understanding of color theory. And when it comes to like learning, I actually go to, like I said earlier, I go to movies and I like to see how they're color graded. And if you actually take like the eyedropper, like if you take a screenshot of any scene of a movie that you really enjoy, you start picking it apart with the eyedropper tool, you'll start to like really see like, oh, that looks black, but against this it's actually green, you know, or like a lot shadows are actually purple and blue and they're not just like a dark brown. Like the shadows on me right now, like right here, if you took a color picker to it, like you screenshot this, took the color picker to like some of the shaded areas, you actually end up with something that's probably closer to purple or or like a dark magenta than you would like a dark brown, because I'm brown. The shaded parts of me on camera are actually probably closer to like a purple. So in regards to color theory, I'm not very educated on that, but in regards to like a practice and practical application, color picking from existing images is actually a really good way to start. Like, oh yeah, that's actually like a blue, that's actually a purple. But to get a basic understanding of colors, any video that you find on YouTube, particularly I think Sycra probably has a couple of color theory videos. Sycra has some older videos, but they're really good still. Assuming they're still up. I haven't checked in a while. Too many questions, honestly. Dude, I want to thank you so much. A huge inspiration. You just got a tattoo. Oh my god, congrats on that. How so what's the process to that? The apprenticeship. How long do you, I'm guessing you shadow the tattoo artist? Excuse me really quick. Don't go anywhere. I have to go wash my face. We've been on for what, almost 11 hours now. I need to wash my face real quick. Usually it's 6 months to 2 years following an artist, but it depends on you. I guess if you show like mad progress, right? Then it's different. That's fucking cool. Watercolorists, tattoo artists, and animators, I have a soft spot for, because like as a tattoo artist, like what you're doing is like that's like permanent work on like a human being, right? I don't know. There's something about that that I find very like I don't know. I think it's just fucking cool. I just realized that my audio, me this mic is like I'm being like way too loud for how close this mic is. It probably sounds horrible. My bad on that. My bad. It's probably been like this whole fucking time, the last 10, 11 hours. But when you got back into art, you're watching YouTube videos a lot and it helped you. Hey, thank you so much. I love those YouTube videos. Like I consider them as part of my body of work. It's just I put so much, I guess like I put so much of like myself. Like I listen to them sometimes while I work, and I'm like, oh my god, I was just so like I was in such a like a robotic machine state when I did a lot of those. And now that I've gotten like older, I'm a little bit more mature, just a little bit more mature, just slightly. I'm just like, man. Um but yeah, thank you for supporting those videos. Yeah. They don't get shared often. They don't get a lot of views. But it's all good. You know, I made them for myself more than anything, so and I have a lot of conventions this year. So basically the next, I guess you could call it the next season. The next season of the YouTube series is going to start. Well, I have Fanime this weekend, so I'll be shooting that. It's 4 days though, man. I don't have enough SD cards for 4 days. You're going to study 13 more hours? Absolutely, yes. We have studied armor, which I had a lot of fun with the armor. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we did this earlier, so we went through like the basics of armor, and I went in knowing really nothing, and then we were able to do this by the end of the armor study. Then we went to gnomes, and the gnomes are pretty easy. Now we're gonna move on to imps. So I think this next section will be gnomes and imps, and then we will do an illustration, like how we did with the armor piece, a Copic marker illustration, with an imp fighting a gnome. That'll probably be really fun. And then I guess we'll do orcs. You know, that's the one I was really looking forward to. But as I looked at the reference pictures that I have for orcs, they are essentially just really muscular people, minus the face. The face is just like, I don't know. Anyway, what you've heard from veteran tattoo artists, a lot of tattoo artists don't know how to draw. Well, I mean, you think about it, you don't really need to, right? You have the stencil. Now if you are coming up with a design yourself, that's different. But so do most tattoo shops the pre-made stencils, the pre-made designs that you see in like the binders or the catalogs, are those usually like do they purchase those, or are those like in-house done usually by by some of the artists or something like that? See, I know nothing about it. Like I have a tattoo, but I don't know how that shit works. Speaking of tattoo, I'm trying to get an open slot, and there's a tattoo artist here that my friend recommended. I'm trying to get an open slot where I can get that Yu-Gi-Oh tattoo that we were talking about. We're gonna fucking do it, dude. We're gonna do it. Like I just I just need to I need to get a spot in because he's full all the time. So I just need to get in there. Yeah. That's actually true. There are tattooists and tattoo artists. Ooh. See, widening my knowledge base. Okay. Dude, my computer be tripping out today. Hold on. We're still on break, by the way. We've been streaming for 11 hours, so I just want to take a couple minutes. It's mainly my eyes. That's why I've been wearing my hat. For those who are wondering why I wear a hat inside, is because my studio lights up top are really, really bright. Problem solved. And if anyone's wondering why I wear a hat inside, it's actually very functional. Also, I'm like 35 hours deep into this water fast, and like I'm really starting to feel it. So you have light sensitive eyes. Yeah, I've been in hats indoors. Oh, yeah, it's we used to do a lot of 24-hour streams, but like that was back when I was using like bulb lights. But now I've switched to these LED Elgato key lights. Thank you, Elgato, for supporting artists and sponsoring this stream once upon a time. Yeah. So switching over to these LEDs, especially when you could dim, like I could dim them from my phone, and I could control them here from my Stream Deck. Fucking, let's turn off the ceiling light. Jesus Christ. Now, will that put me to sleep though? Is the question. There we go. It's cool because I could control the temperature of the light. I'm not trying to fucking plug Elgato, right? Because they don't need me to plug their shit, right? But like, I can like control the temperature of the light too. It's fucking wild. At least to me, that's wild, right? I was like, anyway. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's keep going. We have some imps that we have to study. And my pen, I believe my pen died. My 06 pen. There's a little juice in it left. I hope everyone's having a good day. And congrats on that tattoo gig. That's like amazing. I know, like, you know, as artists, you know, when you're first coming up, you're first learning, there's like always a job or like a company that you want to work with or like a company that you want to be like sponsored by. And I know how it feels to, you know, finally get that sometimes. Like, for example, when, you know, Copic gave me this discount code which you can use at copicmarkers.com, which will give you 10% off your first purchase, and it'll give me a bit of a kickback. So if you want to support the channel when you're already buying your Copic markers, you may as well use my code. Got him. So based on the imps, man, you ain't seen shit. I chose it. So I'm looking at the reference pictures for imps, right? And it looks like the gesture that I like that these imps have. It's like this neck. I'm going to exaggerate this. Looks like the neck is far out, right? And they have like a hunchback, like they're dastardly, you know, like they're plotting. You know what I mean? Like they're plotting something. Said imps are mischievous, right? Little bastards, aren't they? And then I do see that a lot of them have the have that shape to them. I remember when we were doing animal studies, and I just could not wrap my head around, like we were drawing horses, and I just could not wrap my head around like the legs going forward, kicking back, and coming back. The easiest way to imagine that. Oh, hold on. If you're looking for monsters and stuff, you should check out Castlevania Symphony of Night. It has a lot of really cool designs. I may ask about recommendations in a few hours because I feel like we're going to run out of things to draw. So I may hit you back up about that in like 5 hours, assuming you're still here. Or if whoever is here, remind me about Castlevania. So I had the hardest time, you know, like in my brain, I couldn't process. I was just like, well, if it goes this way, then it goes that way, and then it goes this way, and then it it's fucking like when you're drawing a dog, right? Like a dog's back legs. It's just our leg, right? It's just a human leg. But it's on, you're on your tiptoe and your foot is really long. That's all it is. Because when I did the cat studies, when I was studying cats, their paws, like I can't remember what all the bones look like, but essentially the bone structure, is that big enough? Can you see that? Yeah. So the bone structure, you see their feet bones are just really fucking long. And that's how you get that look. And I was just like, oh, it's just the foot. Well, like, it's just that. So I mean, all I had to do was kind of change the way I was looking at it. And it like really allowed me to kind of like, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. So I wasn't, instead of trying to learn like the shape, I went inside and I saw the functionality of it, and then boom, all of a sudden now it makes sense. Now I have zero doubt when I do these, or when I do creatures with that kind of, you know. This is what we're going for right here for imps. Really pointy nose. Basically just try and think of Loki, essentially. Actually, just think of Piccolo. Well, kind of the opposite. Like, you know, the pillow thing for the torso, like that works. But specifically for this like shape of animal feet, like those legs, I just couldn't register it using shapes. So I had to go in and see the skeleton of it, which I should have been doing anyway. But no, it's the same concept, just backwards. Yeah. Well, this pen is pretty dead. Uh-oh. I think my wife is calling me. Hold on. My wife needs my help with something. I shall return. Give me like 5 minutes. All right, everybody. The puppies have entered the chat. I'm watching over the puppies for the rest of the day. They are in the office, so give me a second. I'll have the mic on so I can talk to you guys, but I have to move some stuff around to kind of teeth proof the office. Okay, hold on. And my mic is on, so if you guys start talking, I can respond to y'all. Ugh. Okay, everyone. Like I was saying, the dogs, my puppies, have entered the chat. They're hanging out with us. They're on the floor, but the wife is passed out. She's knocked out. She had a long day, and it's my turn to babysit. So we got the dogs with us today. Do my best to dog proof the office, but you can only really do so much. So, and you know what? I actually what happened to the music? Hold on. Will they eat my chair again? There's nothing left of it. It's just the puppy. She's 10 months old. She's just curious about everything. She's like terrified of certain things, and then also is super brave, doesn't give a shit about other things. I'm gonna shut that light off there because the darker it is in here, the more relaxed they get. Hold on. I'm gonna have some stuff on the floor that she's messing with. We're working on imps and gnomes right now. Go lay down. Everyone go lay down. See, my 12-year-old will listen to me. She understands me. All right, so imp. Really narrow downward turned nose. Parsley. Well, lay down. Wow, this is gonna be a really long night. Oh shit. Okay. So here's what we got to do. Okay, I didn't realize the time of the stream. So YouTube cuts off the live stream right at 12 hours, and my Premiere Pro can't import videos that are over 12 hours. We are currently at 11 hours and 46 minutes. So what we are going to do is we're going to end the stream for 30 seconds. Going to come right back on, okay? And then I'll be able to download the VODs and kind of store them for myself and everything, okay? So again, I'm going to end the stream, and then in about 20 seconds, it's going to come right back on. I'd appreciate it if everyone hung out and refresh the stream. So be